from these Portuguese fans later tonight. A medal table after the first 3 days of competition. Well, it's got a familiar look to it from recent European Championships. Ukraine at the top of the table so far. 19 gold medals for the Ukrainian team. The Russian Federation in second with 17 gold medals. Great Britain in third with 9 gold medals, and Italy having a good championships, 5 golds for them, with Spain next with 4 golds, and Belarus and Norway with 3 golds apiece. Well, some of the team officials and staff there. It's the Danes, they're enjoying themselves early tonight. They've got a couple of good chances for medals.
Yeah, they're looking to build on already quite a successful start to the week for them, and they're definitely supporting the crowd, so looking forward to actually they've got somebody up in the first few races, so it's exciting times for the Danes tonight.
Well, the first event we are about to see is the men's 100 metres butterfly for the S8 classification. So a couple of big names here. Ones in the centre of the pool, especially Charles Rizoy and Denis Tarasov. They have had some good tussles in recent years, Liz. Expect another one tonight.
It has the potential to be a very exciting race, but if they both turn up on their A game.
Well, Sydney in lane 1, David Kiraila, the local swimmer, in lane number 2. Evgeny Zimin from Russia in lane 3. There's Charles Rizoy, the Paralympic champion from France. And there's the world champion next to him, the European record holder, Denis Tarasov. Here's the first Danish swimmer we've seen. This young man's had a good couple of performances already, as has Andreas Onea from Austria. And Ferenc Suri, the experienced Hungarian, is in the outside lane, lane number 8. Tarasov set that European record back in the World Championships in Montreal in 2013. Charles Rizoy, well, he is the reigning Paralympic champion and the reigning European champion. And they are off. Charles Rizoy swimming with one-arm butterfly. Denis Tarasov using 2 arms on his butterfly.
Yeah, Denis Tarasov has a weakness in both of his legs, and we saw that there on the start. Charles Rizoy got a much better start, but already Denis Tarasov has caught him up, and it's already turning out to be quite an exciting tie between these two that we've come to expect over these years.
Well, coming into the turn now, it's very close, just 0.1 of a second separating them, and Charles Rizoy comes out of the wall well.
Again, yes, Charles Rizoy, as we would expect, had the better underwater, but now we'll see Denis Tarasov trying to make the charge down that second 50 and hoping to reel Charles in as he comes into the final 15 metres.
Well, here we go. Charles Rizoy from France just holding a slender lead over Denis Tarasov. What a battle to start the evening here. It's France with a one-armed Charles Rizoy. Tarasov coming through, and Tarasov gets it by 0.19 of a second. And what a fantastic battle between those two. Tarasov takes the gold, Charles Rizoy in second, and it's Mortensen from Denmark in the bronze medal position. But it was a real good tussle, as we expected that it would be between these two.
Yeah, as I said, here's the start, and Denis Tarasov up and straight into his stroke to make the most of those strong shoulders that he's got. And as we can see here in this shot, in the final 15, he was still behind. And Charles was always breathing towards him and looking. And when you're doing that, sometimes you just end up getting a bit shorter, and we saw at the end there that Denis Tarasov just took the victory.
Well, the swimmers exit the water there, and the result is confirmed. It was a close contest, but Tarasov takes it for Russia. The gold medal to Russia, silver to France, and the bronze to Denmark. Well, nice way to start us off, Liz.
Absolutely, and the Danes that we saw in the shot at the start of the show there, they've already got something to celebrate, and they'll be hoping they've got another swimmer to cheer on in this next race, so we'll hear them loudly again.
Well, it's the women's equivalent of the S8 100 meters butterfly, and well, pick a winner from this one. We have got the reigning European champion, European record holder Stephanie Slater in lane number 3. Fastest from the heats this morning was Katarina Istomina from Ukraine. Also 3 strong Russians in this one. There is Floriankova from Czech Republic in 1, Amelie Winter, supported well by the Danes in 2, the European record holder Stephanie Slater in 3, Istomina, silver medalist in the last Europeans and World Championships. She's in 4, Sogomonian in 5, first Russia. Second Russian is Vladikina. What can she do on the butterfly? You know, she's very strong. Belcheska from Poland is in 7, and Pavlova, who has been a medalist already in 3 events this week, she goes in the outside lane. You've got to think, Liz, Stephanie Slater has been out of the water a couple of years now, missed the World Championships through injury. She's back in now, and can she retain her European title ahead of Istomina? Vladikina, what can she do? We know she's very strong, and she's off to a good start, the Russian in the pink cap.
As expected, a great start there from Alessia Vladikina, and also matched by Katerina Istomina, but she was really the only person. The swimmer in lane 4 was really the only one that went for it this morning. All the other girls took it quite easily, so we can't read too much into their qualification lanes. But already, Istomina's up and into the lead, almost a body length ahead of the rest of the field.
Well, Istomina looking very, very good. She's got silver medals in the major championships before. Could this be a gold medal? She's got a 1 second advantage, and Stephanie Slater trying to chase her down.
Stephanie Slater hasn't swum the 100 fly internationally for a while, and she's hungry. She won't want to let that European title go. And here we can see she's coming up in line with Istomina, and this is going for an exciting last 15 metres, Paul.
Well, it certainly is, and Stephanie Slater now, has she got a very slight advantage? Both swimmers swimming with one arm. Stephanie Slater maybe into the red markers first. It's going to be gold for Stephanie Slater. She takes it in 109.67. Great Britain take the gold. It's silver again for Istomina, and it's bronze for Russia, for Vladikina. But what a great swim there for Stephanie Slater. 1 second down at the halfway point and came back like a train.
Stephanie Slater will be over the moon with that swim. She's had such difficult problems out of the water with her health of late, and so she's actually missed quite a lot of training, but she is a class act, and she's got so much training in the bag for years before she became a para swimmer, when she was still on the British Swimming Able Body Development team, and we saw that class show tonight.
Well, there's the gap at the halfway point. Istomina must have thought she had this one in the bag, but she didn't count for Stephanie Slater. There's where it happened, Liz. Coming past her, Stephanie Slater showing real strength.
Stephanie is such a gutsy swimmer, and I think she knows she hasn't got the training in the bag. So the experience, she went out easy, she didn't want to burn up too easily, and she just charged down that second 50.
Well, there is a disqualification in that one. It doesn't affect the medal positions. Slater takes gold for Great Britain, Istomina the silver, and Vladikina the bronze. Well, Stephanie Slater, who would have thought it, coming back, her first competition since, her first major competition really since the European Championships 2 years ago.
Yeah, back at those European Championships, she won 7 gold medals. That really was her breakthrough meet, so she'll be over the moon for that to work. The key for her now is to see, oh, there's James Crispy having a little yawn. But she'll wake up now because he is the next man out, so she cheers like the best. But yeah, back to Stephanie. Hopefully now that swim that she's just had doesn't take too much out of her, and she's had to be a lot more selective over her program at this meet than she was 2 years ago in Eindhoven.
Yeah, great stuff from Stephanie Slater. And swimmers are ready to come out for the next event. I'm sure the crisps will be getting some tweets about their appearance on the big screen. Hope you're watching on the live stream and supporting the swimmers. If you are, please send us in your tweets. Hashtag Funchal 2016 or at IPC Swimming. If you have any questions for myself or Liz, send them in. We will try to get round to them. The Wi-Fi in the pool for us where we are isn't that great, but we'll hopefully get someone to give us a heads up on any tweets that come in. And here is the next event, out onto the pool deck. It's the men's 200 metres individual medley, SM9. Federico Morlacchi, the world champion in lane 4. Edward Samarin goes in 1 for Russia, next to his countrymate, Moscovoy. And Patrick Biscup, watch out for him on the backstroke section of this. He's a bronze medalist in the backstroke individually. Federico Morlacchi, the world champion, will be the man to beat. James Chris, the backstroke champion, he goes in lane 5. Thomas Took is the bronze medalist at the last Europeans, next to his countrymate, Thomas Soares, the silver medalist at that European Championships 2 years ago, and the silver medalist in the 100 butterfly yesterday is Dimos Michelinsakis from Greece. He completes the lineup. The European record is a very fast 2:16.38 held by the Ukrainian swimmer Andrei Kalina. But individual medley, Liz, 1 length of each stroke, and we may well see the lead change about a fair bit here as we go through.
Yeah, it's got exciting prospects in this race, and we'd look at Federico Morlacchi to go out with Thomas Soares down this first 50 metres of butterfly, which seems to be what's happening. But watch out for the 2 backstroke maestros, James Crisp and Patrick Biscup, on that second 50 pole.
Maybe Morlacchi, maybe Thomas Soares with the lead there. Very tight between those two. Italian in lane number 4. 2 backstrokers coming through in the centre there. Michelinsakis well placed, the Greek swimmer in the outside lane. And there's Thomas Soares at the bottom of the screen. Morlacchi forging ahead at the top of the screen. James Chris coming back with that long rangy backstroke there, and he's pulling up on Morlacchi. He will have to be close. James Chris, very strong breaststroker as well, but probably not quite as strong as Morlacchi. But he's used the backstroke to good advantage there. Morlacchi has a lead of 0.2 of a second. And Thomas Soares still in 3rd position.
And as we see the 2 swimmers in the centre lanes, breaststroke is often such a telling leg of the 200 individual medley, and you would expect them both to be quite weak breaststrokers because they have severe leg impairments. But as you said, Paul, they've both got such strong upper bodies that they really do hold their own on this breaststroke leg.
Thomas Soares going well. Patrick Biscup as well, continuing his quest for the medals, but Morlacchi looking very, very good indeed at the moment. Federico Morlacchi, well, he won 100 metres butterfly, wasn't quite on his best time, but it didn't matter, he won the gold. Morlacchi is away and home now, and Thomas Todt actually moving into 2nd place ahead of his Hungarian teammate, but Morlacchi on his way home, Liz.
Yeah, the battle is really, I think, 1st place is sewn up, but the battle really is to get on this podium. And James Crisp, renowned for having such a good 400 freestyle when he was a youngster, but the 2 Hungarians here are starting to get involved in that domestic rivalry and pull away.
Well, the time's just going to be outside the European record. It is Morlacchi will take that one. Thomas Todt in 2nd and Thomas Soares in 3rd. Well, they again are on the medal podium here at the European Open Championships. Morlacchi 2:18.39, and he is delighted with that one. A great time there for Federico Morlacchi. He takes the gold medal again. He retains the European title that he won 2 years ago.
He had a great start, and he's got such good streamlining up into his stroke, and he's just so strong as we saw down that fly, just touching out Thomas Soares as they reached the end of that first 50 metres, and after that he never really looked back because he managed to maintain an advantage over James Crisp even on the backstroke leg.
Yeah, Morlacchi is the only man in the shot there as they move into the freestyle leg. Very, very strong in all the 4 strokes. Probably the breaststroke is weakest stroke, but he made that count and went away from the rest of the field, and that is a quality time for Federico Morlacchi. He takes the gold ahead of the two Hungarians, Tamás Tóth and Tamás Sors. It was a close contest for the second, third and fourth position. So thick and fast these races are coming, Liz, and we've got the women's SM9 classification to come now. Just wonder what we are going to see here. The two Spanish swimmers looked really good this morning in the heats.
These girls are all very evenly matched, and actually I think we could look for the podium to come from anywhere in the pool, Paul.
As they come out, you see the lineup. Nuria Marquez Soto fastest into this final. Sarai Gascon finished really strongly on the freestyle. There's Ellen Keane from Ireland in the outside lane, lane 1, World Championship bronze medalist. Polina Wozniak, she'll be strong on the breaststroke in lane number 2. And Sophia Konkoli, a medalist in the backstroke this week, behind this lady. European record in backstroke a couple of days ago for Marquez Soto. Sarai Gascon looks great this week. And Claire Cashmore, medalist in the butterfly yesterday as well, so she will be strong. Daniela Jimenez from Argentina in lane number 7. And Yulia Pushina in lane number 8 from Russia. That is the 8 swimmers. European record stands at 2:31.08 by Tilly Kearney. That will be tough to match tonight. But in the centre lanes there, the 2 Spanish swimmers will probably start as favourites. Sarai Gascon was really holding back this morning, still came through strongly at the end. Our butterfly yesterday, though, Liz, was fantastic.
Yes, Paul, and we haven't really seen Sarai swim the 200 individual medley for a number of years, since she was a real youngster, but she has got 3 brilliant strokes, and if anything, the backstroke would be her weakest leg. But we'd look to see her definitely touch the wall in first place after this, but Claire Cashmore's had a breakthrough meet with her butterfly, so we'll look for her to be in contention too, because if she can be in with a chance on the breaststroke, we all know how fast that length goes for her.
Yeah, quality breaststroker Claire Cashmore. And look at the backstroke here for Nuria Marquez Soto. She has gone into a lead, and it looks like the youngster from Hungary, I think maybe in second position now. Sarai Gascon dropping down to third place. Ellen Keane going well in lane number 1 as well, bringing herself back into contention here in the outside lane. But Nuria Marquez Soto, she knows that she has to be ahead of Sarai Gascon to just minimise the damage that Sarai Gascon will do on the second half of this medley.
Yeah, Marquez Soto has a leg impairment, so she's probably in one of the weaker positions down her breaststroke leg, and she knows that those arm amputees are going to come charging behind her, so she had to give herself a chance, and she definitely did that with an incredible backstroke leg. But here they come, and here comes the tie. There's a good tie in the for the second, third, fourth and fifth ball as the breaststrokers all start to come back on Marquez Soto now.
Well, they are all coming back here. Wozniak going well in lane 2 for Poland. A very good swim so far from Claire Cashmore, pulling herself up into contention here. Marquez Soto is being caught and going into the last 50. It's going to be Wozniak, I think, from Poland will take this one going into the freestyle.
As expected, Paul, the 2 breaststrokers taking the lead there. But here we come, here comes the freestyle charge, and Sarai Gascon has already pipped off Claire Cashmore, and she's got Polina Wozniacki in her sights.
Well, here comes Sarai Gascon. She was absolutely supreme in the 50 freestyle. She was supreme in the 100 meters butterfly. It looks like she's going to go home for another title here. So it's a great battle for second, but the gold is going to go to Spain. It's going to be Sarai Gascon who's going to be in for gold again for Spain. It's going to be silver to Poland and bronze to Spain. What a great swim there from Sarai Gascon. She came through brilliantly on that freestyle, as we expected that she would. And, well, the backstroke, as you said, Liz, it did cost her a position, but she made up for it in the second half of that medley.
Yeah, and I think for a while that was why she avoided this event, but now she's got 3 such strong strokes that they can really make up for that weaker backstroke. She had a brilliant start. She knows she's in good form. Her butterfly was incredible last night, and she used that to maximise her advantage.
There is Sarai Gascon coming to the end of that breaststroke, and the breaststrokers, Wozniak and Claire Cashmore, were in the hunt for the medals there. Wozniak finished very well, didn't she, the Polish swimmer?
Yeah, Wozniacki, in the past, she's put herself in a good position after the breaststroke, and then she tends to fall by the wayside on the freestyle, but she's really been working on that, and we saw there that she delivered down that final 50.
A great time, job done for Sarai Gascon. That's a great reaction, yeah. Great stuff there from Sarai Gascon, and good performances from all the medalists there. Sarai Gascon takes the gold for Spain. Paulina Wozniak, the silver for Poland, and Nuria Marquez Soto takes the bronze for Spain. All of those 3 times would have been medalists in last year's World Championships. That's the standard of that race.
It's really impressive. I think they've really moved that. They have to move that event on to try and keep up with Tully Kearney.
Tully Kearney, of course, from Great Britain, not here at these championships. And the Great Britain team for the Paralympic Games in Rio will be announced in a couple of weeks' time, less than 2 weeks now. So everyone's waiting, bated breath to see who's named in that team. So Liz, are you looking forward to this one?
The S10s always deliver a fast and exciting race, so yes, this 100 butterfly could be exciting, and I think it's always nice to see some Brazilians in the race, but I think the race is going to be in the centre lanes.
Felipe Rodriguez in 1. Lasse Anderson recently set a world record in the 200 fly. David Levesque goes in lane number 3, a former European champion. The current European champion, Grigorev, in lane 4. The current world champion in lane 5. The world record holder in lane number 6. This final is absolutely stacked with quality. Menciotti from Italy in 7. And the second Italian swimmer, Simone Chiuli, medalist yesterday in the 50 freestyle. Expect him to try to go out fast, but certainly there's the 4, or even 5 if you include Anderson. Rodane are going to really fight it out for the medals. Grigorev has been good this week, swam a fantastic last leg of the relay. Andre Brazil, the world record holder, not quite been on his best form, but still been really impressive. Brazil in the yellow cap of Brazil.
Yeah, and as they reach the 25-metre mark already, Paul, there's 3 of them in a line, and Andre Brazil actually attacking this race more than we've seen him do any of the other races this week so far.
Well, Andre Brazil was beaten by Denis Dubrov, the man going over there in lane number 5. Denis Dubrov ahead of Grigorev, ahead of Andre Brazil. These 3 were the medalists at last year's World Championship, and Denis Dubrov looking good, Liz, with just a slight advantage.
But Denis Dubrov actually looks to be pulling away. He's got a 3/4 of a body length now, and the tie is really on for the 2nd and 3rd place. But actually, Dmitry Grigorev seems to be leaving Andre Brazil behind in this last 5 metres.
It is very good performance from Denis Dubrov. 56.84 for Dubrov, just 0.4 outside of his own European record. And Denis Dubrov takes that one, 56.84. Fantastic stuff there. Grigorev it was in 2nd, 57.73. Andre Brazil in 3rd position. And the European bronze medal will go to David Levesque of Spain, who finishes in 4th in 58.81. And
there we see Denis Dubrov breathing to that right-hand side so he could see his competitors. And there's two reasons to do that on butterfly. One, it keeps you a lot flatter and closer to the water, reduces the resistance, but a lot of other athletes do it for the second reason, which is to keep an eye on their competitors and get an idea of where they are in the field.
Well, Dubrov into the last 5 metres. Oh, didn't quite finish on a full extension there. Maybe cost them a few, maybe a tenth of a second or something. Denis Dubrov will take that one. 56.84. Dmitry Grigorev, 57.73 for the silver. Brazil will take the Open bronze medal, and Levesque will take the European bronze medal. Well, really, Dubrov just eked out that lead as we went through that race, didn't he, Liz?
Yeah, he always looks dominant, didn't he, Paul? And I think the confidence he's got from last year's victory really helped him push on right from the gun.
Well, the women's 100 metres butterfly S10 finalists coming onto the pool deck now. Again, as we've seen a number of these S10 events, a number of the events all the way through the programme, a lot of youngsters in here, teenagers taking the start. Aurélie Rivard is one of those. The Canadian finds herself unaccustomed in the outside lane there. Lena Vats in lane 2, 16-year-old Bianca Papp in lane 3. There's Isabel Hernandez Santos, Spanish swimmer, in lane 4. Livia Jablonska, the European champion from 2 years ago, in 5. Nina Ryabova, what form she is in. World record in the 50 freestyle yesterday. Chantal Zuideveld from the Netherlands, and next to her is the 17-year-old Celia Koplovich from Russia in lane number 8. Wow, this is a very, very close contest to qualify for the final, and Aurélie Rivard from Canada finds herself out there in lane number 1.
Yeah, she sneaked into the final, but Paul, we've said it all week. If you've got a lane, you've got a chance.
Rivard will not be used to lane 1, but she's made a very good start there, and maybe just was edging it as she went through. But Ryabova has started well in lane 6, and Hernandez Santos as well is going well in lane number 4.
Yeah, Paul, and similarly as with the heats, Jablonska didn't have a particularly good start, but we saw her this morning come through in the actual swimming phase of the race, and she's still got a lot of work to do. As Bianca Papp, Nia Ryabova, apologies, is using that speed that she had from that 50 freestyle world record to take out this 100 fly to the halfway point.
Well, she looks fantastic at the moment there. She's gone out really, really fast, Ryabova. She's got a big, big lead over the reigning champion, Jablonska. Aurélie Rivard going well in 1, but Ryabova looks like she has this one sewn up. It's Nina Ryabova coming back for another title here. There's nothing Jablonska can do about it. It's going to be gold for Russia. It's going to be gold for Ryabova. And she was tired at the end, but it doesn't matter. It's 107.48 for Ryabova, and Jablonska in second position, and Hernandez Santos in third. And she is squinting at the scoreboard to try and see what kind of time she did, what position she finished in. I can tell you, Nina Ryabova is another gold medal, and a fantastic performance again from the Russian.
Yeah, she's definitely come into this meet on form, and we saw there she got off the blocks really quickly. She came up into her stroke, and she really used that speed that she had. There we see Jablonska a whole body length down after the start, and as she was coming back all the time into the turn, and as she charged down that second 50, there was just too much for her left to do.
Well, there was, and coming in to the final stages there, Ryabova had a lead that was never going to be taken away from her. Real stretch there. She didn't quite time that finish right, and she was only 12/100ths of a second outside the European record held by Alice Ty. So that little stretch at the end may well have cost her that European record time. She won't mind about that, because she is confirmed as the champion in that time of 107.48. And what a championship she's having.
Yes, Nina Ryabova is definitely a swimmer that's come in on form to this meet.
Ryabova takes that gold medal in 107.48 ahead of Jaboska of Poland and Hernando Santos, another Spanish swimmer on the podium in bronze medal position. Nina Ryabova, she's been a real revelation this week, hasn't she?
She seems to have found her speed, and I think once you find that speed and you unlock it and you're rested and you're feeling good, it really does transfer to all of your strokes. And as we saw there, she's on form not just on freestyle but on butterfly as well.
Well, she's been around for a few years now, Nina Ryabova. She has some good results, but she seems to be putting it all together now. You get a real patch of great results all in the 1 week.
She's also got a very good breaststroke, so we'll see how that goes this week too.
And talking about breaststrokes, here we are for the men's 100 metres breaststroke SB6. Here we go, the young Dutchman, Ties van Hulvegen. He's had a good week. Antonio Jose Bertrand in lane number 2 for Spain. Nelson Crispin, world silver medalist in this. Torben Schmidtke, I thought he looked good in the heats this morning. But this man, well, how much was he holding back? The world record holder, Evgeny Bodaiko. Andres Skar Bjornstad goes in lane number 6 for Norway. Christoph Burkhardt, the experienced man from Germany. And Martin Lieben from Belgium in lane number 8. Evgeny Bodaiko has controlled this event for the last 5 years. He's won 2 European titles, 2 world titles and a Paralympic title in this one. But could this be the day for Torben Schmidtke? Norwegian swimmer Bjornstad just getting steadied on the block by his coach, and they're off. Well, Bjornstad was somewhat left in the blocks. Bodaiko got off very well, as we expected that he would, and Nelson Crispin too, in that kind of purpley pink cap. And it's those three, Crispin, Schmidtke and Bodaiko, challenging for the lead.
Yes, Paul, the SB6 classification is full of a range of different impairments, so we see a lot of different styles and techniques, and we see that Evgeny Bodaiko, he really uses his hips to generate the power through his stroke, whereas Torben Schmidt really uses those strong arms that he's got. And obviously Crispin, as with dwarfism, he's just as strong. He can maintain the same stroke rate through the whole race. And as we see, Crispin's turning half a second down on Torben Schmidt, but Bodaiko will try and bring this back in the second 50.
Well, Schmidtke looked good in the heats this morning. Nelson Crispin, was he holding something back? What can the world record holder do? Evgeny Bodaiko, I can tell you, he is trying to come back on Torben Schmidtke. It's the 3 swimmers all in a row here. Evgeny Bodaiko, he's working really hard, but it does look like it's going to go to Colombia. Nelson Crispin coming through strongly in that pink hat, and it is go to Bodaiko. Oh my goodness, Nelson Crispin at the end took an extra stroke, and Bodaiko timed that absolutely perfectly. He shakes his head, but my goodness, Liz, that was a really, really close race. 15 100ths of a second separating Bodaiko and Nelson Crispin, with Schmidtke in 3rd position. What a fantastic battle.
It was a brilliant race, and as I said at the start of the race, they've all got completely different impairments, so their heads were in line, but we really had to wait until the final 5 minutes to see who got their hand on the wall first. Torben Schmidtke, he has a disadvantage at the start, but he managed to generate so much power that he brought that through down the first 50, got to turn first, and really, Evgeny Bodaiko really only took that victory in the final stroke.
Well, I hope we see the finish of Nelson Crispin there, because he was certainly coming into the wall ahead of Bodaiko there. Here they come into the finish, Liz. Well, that's just a little bit further down there. You see Schmidtke just being pulled back by the 2. Here's Crispin into the finish now. He has got short arms. Oh, he took an extra stroke. Look at that at the end for Nelson Crispin. That's what cost him it.
sometimes it comes down to a decision, but I think with Nelson Crispin, he's got such a high stroke rate and such short arms that he didn't have the option to glide, and he had to put in that extra stroke, and unfortunately for him, it was just one stroke too many.
It was a perfect finish though for Yevgeny Bohodajko. He takes the gold ahead of Nelson Crispin and Torben Schmidtke. Bjornstad from Norway will be a European medalist. He finished in 4th. Well, there's the finalists come out for the women's 100 metres breaststroke SB6. We're used to seeing Liz Johnson in this lineup.
Yeah, those were the days, Paul, but I'm more than happy to be up here with you, keeping you company this evening.
Glad you're here, Liz, keeping us right. Peggy Sontag from Germany in lane number 1. Mariana Talamona, big challenge for the medals in this one in 2. Nina Koslova in 3. Silver medalist last European Championships. Charlotte Henshaw, firm favourite for this one, qualified way ahead of the others. Nicole Turner, the youngster, already a medalist this week. Özlem Kaya, she's been a European medalist before. Anastasia Zavali in lane 7, and Natasha Sobochan goes in lane number 8 for Croatia. Well, Charlotte Henshaw, European record holder, set that record last year in the World Championships in Glasgow, where she took the silver medal. 136.94. That was a big improvement on Charlotte's time at that point. Can she challenge it again tonight? Can anyone else pose a challenge to Charlotte Henshaw? Well, Charlotte Henshaw using that kind of pull start. She has a lower limb disability.
Yeah, she's really maximised the strength that she's developed over the last few years with her coach Tim Stevenson in the gym. And we're seeing that she's not losing the ground that she used to over the start, and she's already a body length ahead through the 25 metres. She's definitely the favourite, but I think we're in for an exciting race for the 2nd and 3rd place on the podium, Paul.
Well, at the moment, Charlotte Henshaw is away and clear. Nicole Turner in 2nd position there, and maybe 3rd. It could be Özlem Kaya of Turkey for that 3rd position as we stand, but Charlotte Henshaw has gone out pretty fast, 44.89. That's a good split from Charlotte Henshaw.
As we see Charlotte coming into that turn, we can see that she does one big stroke and then one smaller stroke. It almost replaces where the leg kick would be if she did have legs. And she's worked really hard, and she really turned the corner since her 4th place in Beijing in 2008. And she hasn't really looked back. She did stagnate for a few years, but as you said, Paul, in World Championships in Glasgow, she got her confidence back. She performed a really good time, and now she just goes from strength to strength.
Well, let's have a look at the clock, because it's Charlotte Henshaw against the clock. Is the European record going to be under threat here? Charlotte Henshaw, there are the red markers. 5 metres to go for Charlotte Henshaw. Have a look at this clock. It's going to be very tight. It's just slipped by, but it's an excellent swim again from Charlotte Henshaw. 1:37.55. Charlotte Henshaw takes the gold for Great Britain. Nicole Turner gets another medal for Ireland, and the 3rd position goes to Koslova from Ukraine in a very close contest there with Talamona and Özlem Kaya. But Charlotte Henshaw, well, she's the champion. Again, she's the European champion, and that was an excellent swim.
Yeah, Charlotte Henshaw is one of the most consistent swimmers within the whole Paralympic swimming movement, and when she's on her game, she's so impressive to watch. Like I said, she's worked so hard on making up the deficits that she loses on the other swimmers, as we saw with that start. She comes up at the 5 metre flags, which is impressive for a swimmer with no legs. And then she powers into this first turn, and she's really good at focusing on her race. Where she used to struggle, she used to worry a bit about what other people were going to do, but now she's really worked hard with a whole team back at Nova Centurion in Mansfield. Her coach, Glenn Smith, gives her so much confidence, and we see now that she's coming into this finish, and she'll be really happy with that time, because at the Paralympic trials last week for Great Britain, she was feeling a bit under the weather, and I know she was disappointed with swimming about a second slower than that, so she'll be over the moon with that time.
It's bronze to Kozlova from Ukraine, silver to Ireland, Nicole Turner, but it's gold to Charlotte Henshaw of Great Britain. She is the European champion. She continues the good run of Great Britain in this event. 4 straight European championships. Great Britain have had the gold medal in this event. Henshaw in 2009, won Johnson in 2011, Ellie Simmons in 2014, and now Henshaw again in 2016. Good run.
British dominance, and I think it's hard for Charlotte because she's had to wait for this race. It is her one and only race that she feels that she can excel in, and her teammate Oliver Hind, he's had a great meet, her domestic teammate at Nova Centurion, so she's had to wait, she's been patient, but she's delivered, and that's what we like to see.
Well, the first batch of medal presentations are on their way, and we have in this batch 4 medal presentations. This was a great battle as well in this race. Medal presenter Andre Katz with Philippe Rebello, Vice President of Madeira Swimming Association. We have received us here in Funchal very well indeed. Everyone enjoying the hospitality that they've offered. What about this young man, Liz? Could he be one that we see in the future? He's had a great week, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I think the Danes are just building off each other's performances and going from strength to strength and gaining so much confidence, and it's great to see them picking up another medal here, Paul.
Good swim from young Danish swimmer. Well, Charles Rousseau, silver medal this time for Charles. He continues to compete very well in this S8 100 meters butterfly over the last couple of years. He has been in the silver medal position after a few years of dominating this event, because the man in the middle again takes the gold medal. The European record holder is the European champion, taking that title away from Charles Rousseau. He's turned the tables on the result in 2014. These guys will be 2 of the main players when they come to Rio in just a few months' time. Denis Tarasov takes another gold medal at these championships for the Russian Federation. Denis Tarasov and Charles Rousseau used to sharing the medal podium. The young man next to them, maybe not quite as used to being up there. Might have to get used to it though.
Yeah, and we see so many athletes using the European Championships as their first podium experience, and it really acts as a platform then to excel in the whole of world swimming. But for me, actually, the European title was the last one I won to complete my set. So I did it backwards.
And me as well.
Really?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
We're a pair, Paul.
Yeah. We did it all the wrong way around. It worked for us.
Exactly. You get there in the end, right? That's all that matters.
Yeah. Women's 100 butterfly S8. Again, another close contest. This one, that's some close races tonight already. Let's hope that continues. Well, we only have 2 medalists here. Gold medalist Stephanie Slater from Great Britain, not taking part in this medal ceremony.
Well, unfortunately, Paul, at the end of the race, she did seem to struggle once she got out of the water. And as we said at the actual race, she has had some problems with her health, so it was an even more impressive time.
It was a fantastic time for Stephanie Slater. Obviously, that effort took a lot out of her. Varikina continues to compete on the European stage. I look forward to seeing her swim in the breaststroke. And Istamina, well, after that good swim this morning, she must have thought she was in with a chance of taking a gold medal at last. Quite often being in the silver medal position. She's in the silver medal position again. And she must be thinking, what do I have to do to get to that top spot?
Yeah, this is one of those events that worldwide has really moved on, and there's a really tight tussle for that top podium spot. Once we add Jessica Long from America to the mix as well, we're in for an exciting race at the Paralympic Games.
Well, the unusual medal ceremony without the gold medalist, but I'm sure Stephanie Slater will receive her gold medal in due course. Congratulations to her. She is the European champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your medal winners.
Well done there to Stephanie Slater, Katarina Istamina, and Alicia Varikina. Hope that Stephanie Slater will be covered enough to come back to the team in due course.
There are the team. She'll be looking to get back alongside her teammates as quickly as possible.
Some of the
Ladies
spectators
and
in here.
the medal ceremony for the men's 200-meter individual medley SM9.
Senhoras e senhores, a cerimónia de medalhas para os 200 metros estilos homens SM9.
SM9, 200 metres individual medley.
The winner of the bronze medal.
O vencedor da medalha de bronze.
2 Hungarians
Representing
and
Hungary.
1 Italian there, the Hungarians
Tamas
towering
Shores.
above Morlacki. 2 tall Hungarians, Tamas Shores. Good to see him back in good form.
Coming into form at the right time. He's such an experienced man, Paul, and we're so used to having him around, but he's really still not that old.
Yeah, he's been around for a while.
The winner of the silver medal.
O vencedor da medalha de
Butterfly
prata.
champion, of course, in Beijing and in London.
Representando a Hungria.
Tamas Tóth.
Tamas Tóth.
second Hungarian on the podium. And he's swum well there. But there's seen 3 swimmers on the podium as well at the last European Championship in a slightly different order.
The winner of the gold
top
medal
spot
and European champion
has not changed. The man who dominated that event, as we thought he might. He won 5 gold medals at the last European Championships. He's got 2 so far at these championships. Federico Polacchi.
Continuing the Italians run call, they're having a brilliant week.
Come on here, one of our favourite anthems. Very soon, the Italian one. Excellent.
Yeah, I think everybody enjoys it when the Italians win, just because of their anthem. They have got a very upbeat anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy.
We'll enjoy this one. Congratulations to Federico Polacchi from Italy.
Ladies and gentlemen, your medal winners.
That's a great picture, isn't it? Look at the size of the Hungarians compared to Polacchi.
He fits nicely under their arms.
He's maybe shorter than them, but boy, he's a tough competitor.
He's a really good racer, and he makes up for his what he lacks in size. He makes up for with power, I feel.
There's the Mullins.
Having a little jig.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Swedish supporters. Next one, and I think we'll have 3 happy medalists this one. Wozniak swam fantastic from Poland there. That was a surprise. Wozniak getting on the podium there.
Yeah, we've seen her in all the individual stroke races this week, and I think that's definitely made her mentally stronger.
Nuria Marquez Soto, the young 16-year-old from Spain. She has been superb as well this week.
Yeah, she's finding her form at the right time, and she's got a great role model in her compatriot Soraya Gascon, I think. So they're both enjoying an incredible swim meet.
Karolina Wozniak, well, she was in contention when they came to her favourite breaststroke leg. She pulled through there and held on brilliantly on the freestyle.
Yeah, and that'll give her confidence for 100 metres breaststroke later in the week. But Claire Cashmore also looking good down that breaststroke leg, so we're in for a tight tussle, as always.
Polish supporters enjoying that. Spanish supporters will enjoy this one because Soraya Gascon is having a great championships. Another gold medal for Soraya Gascon. She looks really strong.
Yeah, she put in a great winter block of training with a few camps and spent some time in Tenerife, and she just seems to be so happy with where she's at the moment with her swimming, and that's definitely transferring into her performances in the pool.
feel like we've got quite a short app from Spain.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
It's good though, I've enjoyed it. A few Spanish swimmers there on the medal podium. And moving on now to the next set of finals, waiting for the appointed time. Due off in around about a minute. And as we said before, Leslie, they don't send these races off early. They have to all go off at the appointed time.
Yes, because the athletes will look at the schedule when it comes out and they'll plan their whole preparations for the entire day around that scheduled start time. So we're not in a position to move it forward if we're running ahead of schedule, because they will have worked out when they're going to eat, when they're going to put their suits on, when they're going to warm up, when they're going to go to call room. All of their preparations are done around that specific start time, which is why it's so imperative that we don't move it.
Sometimes the races will run late because of unforeseen circumstances, but there's very little you can do to control certain things that happen, but you can't control going early.
Yeah, and athletes always have contingency plans for if things get delayed, but it's very hard to shorten your preparation that you always do once it's begun, so which is why it's fundamental that the times don't get moved forward. But these athletes will all have plans in place with their coaches and their teams for if for any reason we do get delayed.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed that we don't get any major delays for the rest of this championship. We've been running pretty much to time in the first 3 days, 3.5 days in fact. We're just at the halfway point now. It's moving in to the second half of this European Open Championships. And the next race on the pool deck, the men's 100 backstroke for the S2 classification. The S2 class for swimmers with severe disability. S1 to S10 goes for physical impairments, with S1 being most impaired. This is the S2 class, and watch the different techniques of starting, the different ways the swimmers will be held by their coaches. To be like a standard developing though, you have to say, one of them very similar. Alina in 1, Makro Dimitris in 2, Anna Bratets in 3, Dimitri Kokorev, the European record holder, in 4, Alamarchuk in 5, Jacek Czech from Poland in lane number 6, Damienko from Russia in lane number 7, and in lane number 8, Zhao Pina. Good support from the home crowd there, Jalpina. But we saw some of these swimmers swim in the freestyle events earlier in the week, and that can be quite a good gauge for what they're going to do, because a number of them swim backstroke in the freestyle events.
Yeah, and it's always quite surprising to see that they'll swim the same stroke and they'll do everything exactly the same, but their positions will be different in the backstroke and their time sometimes, even though it was only a few days ago that they did pretty much the same race. So, but as you said, Paul, they've all sort of developed their own way of starting. And now actually, they all seem to go for this being held at full stretch at the feet by their coaches. So they obviously think they've tried and tested a lot of different ways of doing it, and this seems to be the most beneficial.
Yeah, everyone just getting into position here. 100 backstroke for the S2 classification. Some of them with their arms outstretched above their heads. 1 or 2 with their arms down by the side. Jalpina there. 1 arm up, 1 arm down.
We'll see, Paul, as they pull off, a lot of them use double arm backstroke technique, but Jalpino, as you said, with 1 arm up, 1 down, he's actually opted for the single arm technique. So he was in the position ready to go, but already the advantage is coming from those middle lanes, both with a double arm backstroke technique.
Well, we shall see. Dmitry Kokorev is a European record holder in this one. He swam the same stroke as we said in the 200 freestyle, and he actually broke the 100 freestyle record at halfway in the 200 freestyle, and that was a time that he swam there of 2:03.96, and that would get him a world record in this one as well.
Yeah, we saw him in fine form when he broke that European record in the 200 freestyle earlier this week, so we know that if he's managed to rest well and eat well and recover well over the last few days, that we could be in for a really special performance here as he reaches the first turn in the lead, and 2 seconds he's got from Palamarchuk in second place.
Well, it was a very, very good split, and I can tell you that he has gone over on the 50 backstroke there in a new 50 backstroke world record time. Oh my goodness, he is racking up the records, Dmitry Kokorev. That very, very high intensity double arm backstroke, a little bit more intense than Palamarchuk next to him.
Yeah, and he's got a higher stroke rate, but he's also got a slightly better body position, and we can see his chest is high in the water, and that's because he's producing such a high stroke rate that he's managing to generate the power to keep his body up, which is very difficult for these S2 swimmers.
Well, here is Kokorev now coming into the last 10. Palamarchuk coming back just very slightly, no, but he's not going to catch Dmitry Kokorev. This is going to be a fantastic time. This is going to be a massive world record for Dmitry Kokorev in 2:02.25. It's a world record swim again for Dmitry Kokorev. What a fantastic performance by this Russian. Palamarchuk in second, and Makro Dimitris from Greece in third position, but superb stuff, Dmitry Kokorev.
Absolutely, and the Russians are using this as a selection meet for the Paralympic Games, which is one of the reasons that we're seeing Dmitry Kokorev in such good form, and he's definitely put his name in contention for selection for a trip to Rio de Janeiro in the summer.
Well, he is absolutely blitzing the swims this week. Dmitry Kokorev, that was fantastic. It was something like 5 seconds better than he's ever swum before in the 100 backstroke. The world record was set last year by Yang of China, who has been a big threat to Dmitry Kokorev, and he's responded to the challenge given by the Chinese swimmer.
Yeah, and as we can see in this shot, he actually's got a lot better range of motion in his shoulders, so he managed to take bigger arm strokes, but he doesn't manage to grab that much water because he doesn't have the ability to close his fingers. So he does slip the water, but he has to maintain that high stroke rate, as I said, to keep his body up and to keep moving forward, and today he got it absolutely spot on.
Well, into the finish, he was looking for that record, I am sure. He went out with great intent. A world record split at halfway, 58.06. A record for the 50 backstroke, 2:02.25. A record for the 100 backstroke. He is very satisfied indeed, and that will send a message to his competitor Yang of China, who had such a good Paralympic Games in London. Dmitry Kokorev is the champion here in Funchal in a world record time, with Palamarchuk the silver and Makro Dimitris the bronze.
Well, Paul, one of the great things about being able to swim the same stroke, so swimming backstroke on backstroke and freestyle, is if one race goes well, you kind of know you're in good form and you're in for a good week. And Kokorev is not letting anyone down.
Well, that was superb. He's not a very expressive swimmer, Kokorev, but he's certainly finding it difficult to hold back the smile on that one.
Yeah, and it's nice to see him enjoying the moment. He's worked hard for it, no doubt.
Looks like swimmers on their way out for the 100 backstroke for women in the S2 classification. 6 swimmers taking the start, and it is a combined event. One S1 swimmer taking the start in this one. One set of medals only presented though. Kalpakiro from Greece goes in lane number 2. Ingrid Funen from Norway, the S1 world record holder, she goes in lane 3. Nina Sotska great championship she had in Glasgow last year, as did Alexandra Agafonova. Over the shorter distances, Agafonova. Yip Pinju is there for Yip Pinju in lane number 7. Janet Adami will go in from the side, I think, in lane number 6. In fact, no, Janet Adami. Yeah, there she is, going in from the side. Yip Pinju with that kind of silver suit keeping her warm there.
Yeah, these lower class swimmers really find it difficult to, once they've warmed up, do the land movements without tiring themselves out too much. So the development of these warm, almost like foil-like jackets really do make a difference and help them regulate their body temperatures.
Janet Adami making her way into her lane. Keep an eye on the starting techniques again. Have a few variations this time.
Yeah, some athletes following the men and being held at the feet, but a few of the outside lanes choosing to be held by the hands. And Paul, we're in for an interesting race here, because we've seen as the weeks progressed, if we get an entry from an outside lane with no time, as Yip Pinju has done here, it's often they surprise us. She has gone out. She's sticking with the girls in the middle.
Well, do you remember Yip Pinju swimming in Beijing? She won gold medal, the first gold medal that Singapore had won at the Paralympics. I remember her in the corridor of the water cube being absolutely mobbed by Singaporean supporters. It was absolutely superb to see, and she has gone out very, very well indeed. Been better known as a 50 swimmer in the past. She has had some success over the longer distances, coached of course by someone that you know well.
Yeah, she's now swimming in Singapore with Mick Massey, who was once a coach on the British swimming team for a number of years, and he's got her to work on a higher stroke rate, and he's coached in backstrokers. He coached Jonathan Fox for a good number of years, but he also coached the distance swimmers, and then quite often with the S14s he got them to swim the 200 freestyle and the 400 freestyle. So she will have been working on her longer races, which is we see here how she's dominating that head position. She's got such a flat head position for somebody with such minimal use of their limbs. It's really impressive to be able to keep that still in the water.
Well, I can tell you, Liz, that she is doing a great job, because she has gone through the first 50 just as we saw Dmitry Kokorev in the previous final in a world record pace time. 101.39 is a world record for 50 back, and also Ingrid Thunen in the S1 class, the S1 swimmer, she's gone through in a record time as well for her class. But it's all about the medals tonight for Pinju Yip from Singapore, and Yip is coming in now to the final stages now. The world record stands at 2:16. It is going to be smashed. It's 2:09.79 for Pinju Yip from Singapore, and it is another world record time. 2 world records here in the one race, and 2 races that we enjoy world records all over the place. Ingrid Thunen is behind Sotska. Sotska was just outside the old world record. Ingrid Thunen in for the bronze medal for Norway, 2:25.71 for the Norwegian swimmer, and that is a world record for the S1 classification. So records all over the place to look for.
It's a very exciting race, and it's not often you get 2 world records in the same race, Paul.
Well, to be honest, we've had 4 world records in that race. We have split records at the 50 metres for both S1 and S2, and actual records at the full distance.
Now we're just getting greedy, and the interesting fact for this sort of situation is that because so many of these athletes need help from their coaches, the coaches aren't actually allowed to celebrate because they're on poolside as assistants. So I know that Mick will be ready to punch the air. He's a passionate guy, and he's been working with Pinju Yip really hard to get down to this time. And he can't wait to get her out of the pool, to get her off the pool side into the mix zone so we can tell her exactly what she's done and then they can both celebrate together.
What a fantastic performance there by these swimmers. The S1 and S2 class swimmers have broken the world record for their particular distances. Ingrid Thunen, she is a great competitor as well, and she's taken a bronze medal in that combined event. Ingrid Thunen, bronze, and a world record for the S1 classification. Irina Sotska, the silver medal for Ukraine, and the gold medal, the open gold medal, goes to Singapore's Pin Ju Yip, and a world record time as well for the S2 classification. Irina Sotska will be the European champion, Thunen the European silver medalist, and Agafonova the European bronze medalist.
Well, Paul, 2 races, 6 world records. I think we'll struggle to beat that as the week goes on.
Goodness. These swimmers in the S1 and S2 classifications really performing here and really improving the standards. And you know, we've seen the standards improve in a number of events, but these lower class, lower numerical class swimmers, well, they really have raised the bar.
Yeah, they find that because they swim for a longer time, if they make a stroke adjustment and it proves to be beneficial, the difference it makes to their overall race is huge, which is why when we do see a drop, it's normally from a technical improvement, and the drops normally are massive, as we saw tonight.
Oh, we talked about the kind of starting technique as well. When you come to these kind of major championships, the coaches are always on the lookout for something new that people have done, something that give their swimmer a little bit more of an edge.
Yeah, well, as a youngster, you're always looking to the best in your event, in your classification group, or even as an able-bodied swimmer, looking at the best athletes to see how they do things. And it's the same when you come to this kind of meet. If someone else has been innovative and found a new way of doing something, you take it home, you practice it. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, it certainly has worked for those S1 and S2 swimmers in the previous 2 races. We move on now to the men's 100 breaststroke in the SB5 classification. We had Perez Diego in lane number 1, Tan Hai-do in 2, there's Marco Dolfin from Italy in 3, Yuri Luchin, 18-year-old from Russia in 4, Karl Forsman, what can he do, the Swede in 5, Niels Grunenberg goes in lane number 6 for Germany, Ivo Rocha for Portugal, well supported by the home crowd here. Vyacheslav Velensky qualifies for this final in 8th position. Well, Yuri Luchin in the centre lane looked very, very comfortable this morning. He's the world champion last year, and he has his sights set on the world record held by his countrymate Anichka. There's Karl Forsman, 19-year-old from Sweden. He will try to get ahead of Yuri Luchin. It's going to be a good contest between these two in the middle. There's a good swim this morning as well by Marco Dolfin from Italy, who may well challenge for the medals.
Yeah, and we saw Yuri Luchin there opting not to dive, just pushing straight up and straight into his stroke, and he's already out in the lead with a high stroke rate. And because he doesn't have the use of his legs, he has to do shorter arm strokes than the more conventional breaststroke long and glide that we would normally see. But he's keeping his head down, as we've seen with other athletes with leg impairments this week, to keep that streamlined position for more than only taking breaths every few strokes.
Well, he's well inside the record pace there, 41.70. Karl Forsman trying to keep pace with him. He's in 2nd. It's Tan Hai-do from Vietnam in 3rd. Marco Dolfin in 4th, just coming into 3rd now. But can anyone catch Yuri Luchin? It's looking difficult.
All 3 swimmers in the medal places at the moment have similar strokes, and they'll all be starting to feel their arms burning. So unless it's all about at this point who's got the most training in those arms and who can tolerate that pain the most. And at the moment, it definitely seems to be this man in your shot, Yuri Luchin, that's going to hold on for this gold medal.
Well, he's going to hold on for the gold medal, there's no doubt about that. Is he going to get under the 130 mark? Is it going to be another world record here in Funchal? It's very close indeed. It's 0.1 of a second outside. Oh goodness, Carl Forsman in second place, and Marco Dolfin, to the delight of the Italian fans, just down from us. They will claim a bronze medal for Marco Dolfin. But what about that man? He was never really in doubt when they came down that second 50. Yuri Luchin from Russia will take the gold medal.
As you see here, Paul, like I said, up and straight into his stroke, and he used that speed that he generated off of the wall really to get that stroke going and never really looked back. You hit the turn on a full stroke, it's difficult. It's all about tucking yourself up into ball and getting yourself around as quickly as possible, which is sometimes difficult when you don't have control of your legs. But he got back up into his stroke. There's those short arm strokes. It's more of a sculling motion actually, and it's just about how quickly you can do that without slipping water. And tonight, he did it very well.
He did. Oh, he's pleased with that one. So close to the world record mark held by Andrei Granichka. Doesn't matter tonight because the gold goes to Yuri Luchin from Russia, ahead of Carl Forsman and ahead of Marco Dolfin. They are your 3 European medalists. Well, that was a great swim again. We've seen some cracking swims tonight. The records were falling there. We almost had another one. And there he is, there's the guns.
Yeah, and he's enjoying this moment, and so he should.
And that's tough, isn't it? Without the use of your legs, just to keep those arms going at that pace that he did.
Yeah, and his stroke rate never really dropped significantly, which is always the biggest challenge on breaststroke when you have got that short, sharp sculling motion, because the burn that your shoulders start to feel is massive.
I always used to find that, and I had the use of my legs as well. My arms used to burn there, especially my hands and my lower arms. I'm sure that's something I used to suffer for at the end of the breaststroke. Tough stroke, the breaststroke.
Very unforgiving stroke.
Finalists are out for the women's 100 breaststroke SB5. 2 Ukrainians in the centre lanes there. Helma Bjornsdottir from Iceland in 1. New Trin, Vietnam's first World Championship medalist, goes in lane number 2. Vanilish, she swam well today. 3rd position after the heats is Victoria Savtsova, Ukrainian fastest qualifier. What about this young lady, Yelizaveta Mareshko? Karina Schultz, already a gold medalist this week for Germany. Julia Castelfari, bronze medalist last year at the World Championships. And Gita Rakso from Hungary, the experienced Hungarian, who's been to 6 Paralympic Games, I think, Gita Rakso.
Yeah, I think she swam for my entire career. I remember when I very first started out, and she's still going strong now.
Great record, the Hungarian team over the years. Yeah, Castelfari starting from the water. 3 swimmers in the water. 2 swimmers standing on the blocks. Another 3 sitting on the blocks. Real variety of starting techniques here.
Yeah, we're seeing again a variety of impairments, so it'll take a while for the field to catch itself up and to really see who's in the lead. But Victoria Stastrova's got off to a great start. But Mareshko, she's got such endurance and strength. We've seen it in the 200 individual medley already this week. We know she's a great 400-meter freestyler. So for these two, it's really going to be about how fast Stastrova goes out and how quickly, if at all, Mareshko can catch her up.
Well, she is trying to catch her up at the moment. This turn could well be vital. You would think Satsova would get the better turn and would get another advantage over Mareshko here. The 2 Ukrainians there in first and second, and that's what's happened, Liz.
Yes, so Silva got a push up off the wall, a great push off the wall, but she chose not to do an underwater phase with the pull out and the kick. And we see her really developing as an athlete. She's still so young, and when we saw her in London and she was competing in the SP6 classification, she really, every few strokes, took a look to her left or a look to her right, and she's really ironed that out and is working on getting a much more streamlined stroke. But here comes the charge of Mereshko in the last 25 metres.
Well, it's between Ukraine for gold and silver. It's between Hungary and Germany for the bronze, but it looks like Savtsova is holding on extremely well there. Mereshko, one last push here in the closing stages. The gold is going to go to Ukraine, the silver is going to go to Ukraine, but it's Savtsova. Just a sneaky look, but it doesn't matter. Savtsova will take that one in 1:38.41. Mereshko, the silver medalist, and the bronze medal is going to go to Hungary. Fanny Illich will take that one in a time of 1:48.66, but she hung on extremely well there.
Yeah, in the past she's tended to have got caught up in that last 15-10 metres, but today she really held on, and it was a massive improvement because she doesn't look to the side anymore, and that's actually quicker than she won the 100-metre breaststroke in London in 2012.
She used the power that she gets from her legs, the great advantage of the start and of the turn there, and it was decisive in the end. Big advantage she gets from that.
Yeah, that push up that she gets, but then she starts to lose because she doesn't have the ability to keep her fingertips together, so she slips a lot more water than Mereshko. So the advantage she gets from that turn, she loses then on the swim, and that's where we see Mereshko making up ground all of the time.
Well, that's why the classification system put them together, advantages and disadvantages with their disabilities. It's gold and silver to Ukraine. Savtsova, Mereshko and Fanny Illich, the bronze medalist from Hungary. Oh, some really exciting races there, and some very happy medalists coming out for the next set of presentations. 2 100 metres butterfly presentations, beginning with this one, the men's 100 butterfly for the S10 classification for the men. Dubrov in the middle, Liz, was nothing spectacular, was it? It was no real kind of great push, but he just was relentless there. He had the lead from the early stages, and he never looked like giving it up.
No, Paul, and I think actually here is a lot about the racing more than the times, because we don't know. Each athlete will be in a different phase of their career, and here we have David Levesque picking up his bronze medal, and I know he's chasing the Spanish qualifying time to try and make another Paralympic Games in Rio come the summer.
Been a medalist at the European Championships 4 times now in this event. Twice he's been a champion. Bronze medal this time. The man who was champion the last Europeans is silver medalist this time. Grigorev from Russia. And it's kind of the head-to-heads between the Ukrainian swimmers and the Russian swimmers, which might determine the outcome of the overall medal table, because they're very, very close at the top of the medal table. Last night, 19 goals for Ukraine, 17 for Russia.
Yeah, both squads have got great strength and depth across the whole classification system, and that might be why they're running away with the top 2 spots on the medal table.
There's the champion, Denis Dubrov. He adds the European title to the world title that he won last year. His second European title this week. Also won 400 freestyle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, your medal winners.
Dennis, Dimitri, David.
All the D's.
Medal winners for the 100 butterfly in the S10 classification. There's Ukrainian swimmers down on the pool deck. I've just seen each other moving the banana in front of faces of the swimmers there. The island, of course, Madeira, famous for the bananas that grows here. That's why there's big platefuls and bowls of bananas here at the pool for people to help themselves to.
I'm in my element. Bananas are always my snack of choice.
Well, Isabel Hernandez Santos from Spain getting that bronze medal. Bronze medalist. In fact, a silver medalist at the European Champs back in 2011. Another European medal for her. Champion 2 years ago, the Europeans. She's a silver medalist now. She must have thought she had a chance to take another title, Liz.
Yeah, and she put in a late charge, but Rybova's just got so much speed this week, and she was out in front all the way, but the advantage she took off on the turn, there was just no catching her, and no matter how strong the charge from this young lady that she had put in, I just think it was too much left to do.
What about Nina Ryabova? She has had a fantastic few days. Really good.
Yeah, and I would suggest from the form that she's come into this meet that she is using this as her selection meet for Rio 2016, and she's done herself justice here and definitely put herself in contention. And we don't often see her winning 100 metres butterfly, Paul. She's more of a freestyler and a breaststroker, but she's having a good week across the board here.
She certainly is. The Russian team as a whole having a good week. Again, we will hear the anthem of the Russian Federation.
Ladies and gentlemen,
well done, Nina Ryabova. I wonder if we'll see her top of the medal podium again this week. You wouldn't bet against it, would you?
No, not the form that she's in. She's having an exciting week, and when you're swimming in that kind of form, you just want your next race. You just don't want the meet to end, and this will give her great confidence going into the rest of her training into Rio 2016. Here we see Charlotte Funchal, another swimmer who's really turned a corner in the last 18 months, and we'll see her after this ceremony picking up her medal, and she deserves to stand on the top of that rostrum.
Well, this was a cracking race, wasn't it, this one? It was the men's SB6 breaststroke, and what you won't see there is one of the men that featured in that very close race at the front, Nelson Crispin, of course, not a European swimmer, Colombian. It's only the European medalists that we see on the medal podium. Jonsa from Norway will be pleased that Nelson Crispin is from Colombia because it promotes him to the bronze medal position in Europe. And this man, you know what, I thought Torben Schmidt looked good this morning, looked in good shape. The man who has won a ton of medals on the international stage hasn't quite got to that top step of the medal podium though.
Yeah, and he looked good for 90 metres of tonight's race, Paul, but I think the late charge from Boadicco and Nelson Crispin, even though he's not on this podium, they were really, that was where the telltale signs came in. But he looks happy with that. He can build on that now into the summer.
He's got to be pleased with where he was. Just that little bit at the end he's got to work on now. Just kind of fine tuning. Yevgeny Boadicco takes a little bow to the crowd. He shook his head after that race there. I don't think he was too happy with the time that he did, but he'll be happy with the result.
Definitely, Paul. As we said, for a lot of people, especially someone of Boadicco's class, it will be more about the process and the position for him here. He'll be saving his best times for Rio.
Ladies and gentlemen,
well done to the medal winners. Another cracking race that one was. Seeing it tonight. Still lots more to come as well.
Fast one up next, Paul.
One more medal presentation, of course. To that one, before we see the big guys in the S12 and 13 combined 100 freestyle. With the goals on like 54 seconds just to qualify for that final today. Ridiculous.
Might struggle to do that for a 50 at the moment.
So 100 metres breaststroke SB6. Liz, what's it like coming out for the medal presentation? You would have been alongside Charlotte many occasions at the major championships on the podium.
Yeah, and it's always nice to be able to share it with a friend, and I think it's just such a relief that all your hard work's paid off, and I know that Charlotte, going in with such a tag as being the favourite, she'll just be relieved to finish on that top spot and put in a really good performance, because it's quite a talent, it's quite a skill with this new talent coming around that we see on the second and third steps of the podium, to not lose your head and still come here to do the job that you set out to do.
Now Kosovo taking the bronze medal. It was a close contest for bronze. What about this youngster from Ireland? Nicole Turner, 13 years of age. Another European medal for Nicole Turner.
Nicole's another swimmer having a great meet here this week, and at such a young age she's got a bright future ahead of her.
Well, the Irish team very proud of Nicole Turner. They were talking about her prospects last year, I remember, the World Championship. She hoped that she was going to be one for the future. The future's coming very, very quickly for Nicole Turner, medalist on the international stage, but the champion from Great Britain is Charlotte Henshaw.
And Charlotte first took a European Championship gold medal in 2009 when we were in Reykjavik, and that really was a turning point of her career when she moved back home. She graduated from university, went back to her childhood coach Glenn Smith at Nova Centurion, and together they've built a team around them, and they're just going from strength to strength. And back then, she went 141 to win the European title, and she's just gone 137. So she'll be looking for a bit quicker, more time come Rio.
Ladies and gentlemen, your medal winners.
Charlotte Henshaw continues the great run of Great Britain in this event. 4 European Championships in a row. A Great Britain swimmer has been the champion.
Yeah, it's great to see 3 happy girls on that podium. And now that Charlotte's really found her confidence again in this 100 metres breaststroke, she's going from strength to strength, and she knows she's got a challenge ahead of her come Rio, with Tiffany Thomas-Kane of Australia setting that incredible world record in Glasgow. But it doesn't faze her anymore, and that's come with the experience that she's gained over these years, and the confidence that she has, and the support that she has, not just from her coach but from her family. And she's got a great set of friends, from still her school friends that support her. They travel with her everywhere, so they might be looking for a trip to Rio de Janeiro.
Well, I'm sure they'll have been tweeting in about the success of Charlotte Henshaw. Hashtag Funchal 2016. Liz and I will try manfully to get access to the Wi-Fi here so we can pick some up.
Hashtag the Wi-Fi never works.
Well, waiting again for the appointed time. It's good to see things running to schedule, though, isn't it, Liz? It's really difficult when things are getting delayed and there's hanging about. I remember swimming in the European Championships outdoors in Spain, and we ended up swimming in the dark at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, well, we had a similar problem at the World Short Course Championships in Rio de Janeiro. We got stuck in a thunderstorm, and everything was delayed, and in the end they just cancelled all the medal ceremonies. And I know a few of the girls, Kate Gray and Claire Cashmore. It was the first time that Claire Cashmore was going to stand on the top of the podium on her own, and she was devastated that they just canned her medal ceremony. But as an athlete, it doesn't affect you if you're running ahead of time, because you can still work to your timing line. So that's a better position for us to be in for these athletes.
Absolutely. I remember those European Championships in Spain. They had floodlights at the end of the pool, but not at the side, so you had to swim towards the light. Try and keep yourself straight.
You're showing your age now, Paul. We don't swim outdoors anymore. In fact, we're both showing our age because we don't swim outdoors anymore.
That was my last European Championships I was telling you about earlier. A men's 100 freestyle for the S13 classification. Well, can we see a world record swim here? We have 2 of the world's greatest swimmers in this one. Kolentowski in 1, Soleil in 2, Nevlin Spetov in 3. There's the big man, Ihar Boki in line 4, the world record holder in the S13 class. Denisenko in line 5 for Ukraine. Maxim Varaksa, fastest Paralympian in water, the record holder in the S12 class. A combined event, of course. And Ramas line 7, Sergei Klippert in lane number 8. This is going to be fast. We always like to anticipate the clash between the S12 and 13 world record holders. The world record's very, very close. There's Ihar Boki. We just saw Maxim Varaksa. There he is. What has he got in his locker here? Is he going to challenge Ihar Boki? Ihar Boki had it all his own way in the heats. Is he going to come under threat tonight in the final?
A powerful start from all 8 athletes, Paul, and Maxim Varaska straight up and into his stroke. He's got a lot slower stroke than you would expect for a sprint freestyle race. But as you expected, he is going with Ihar Boki, though from this camera angle, Ihar Boki's got a slight lead.
Well, they're coming into the turn now. It's very close. It does look like Ihar Boki is just going to go over ahead. Varaxa in second, Denisenko in third. It's all to play for down the last 50 metres.
Yeah, now Ihar Boki's extending that lead, but Maxim Varaska, that breathing every stroke that you wouldn't often see promoted by club coaches when you're a youngster, but he finds that he generates more power. But here comes Ihar Boki, and is this world record under threat?
Well, it could well be. The world record stands at 50.85. It's very close. It's very close indeed. It's just outside by 2/100ths of a second. Ihar Boki, it wins the gold medal. Denisenko the silver, Varaxa the bronze. He gave everything, Varaxa, in the early stages. Could not live with the pace of Ihar Boki, and my goodness, how close does Ihar Boki have to get to challenge those world records? That was superb again from the Belarus swimmer.
Yeah, Boki's on great form this week, but I know how frustrated he'll be because he sets himself such high targets, and that's the second time he's got so close to a world record. He did the same in the 100 metres butterfly, but he's standing himself in good stead for Rio come the summer.
Oh, Varaxa did threaten him there on the right hand side, Varaxa, but he was tiring, and Denisenko came through to get in ahead of Varaxa there. Varaxa gasping for breath there on the bottom of the screen, but Boki just coming in there. We thought the world record might be on. 2/100ths of a second outside for Ihar Boki. Another sensational swim, another gold medal for the Belarusian, with Ukraine in second and third positions. Well, 8th place in that final is 54.14. That's not bad, is it?
No, that. Wow, I'd take it.
For 50?
Well, yeah, right now, probably. What about you? What do you reckon you could go for a 50 right now?
Pass.
Oh, look, the girls are coming.
Oh, that's good.
Saved by the bell.
Women's 100 freestyle for the S13 classification. Of course, again, a combined event. S12s and S13s together. First 4 swimmers, S12s. The next 4, S13s.
Just to make our life easier, Paul.
Delgado Nadal from Spain in lane number 1. Naomi Mikey Schnittger, she had a good swim this morning in the heat, alongside Hannah Russell, silver medalist in the 50 freestyle here in Funchal. She was behind this lady, Raya Stukalova, may have her sights set on the world record held by Savchenko. Pushpiltova goes in lane number 5. She set an Asian record this morning. Uzbekistan, Anastetsenko, world record holder, goes in 6. Joanna Mendak, Polish swimmer, in 7. And Jana Edo-Beltran goes in lane number 8. So 12 and 13 classes in this one. One set of medals. It's a combined event, remember. And there is Shok Samkon Pushpiltova in lane number 5. Raya Stukalova in lane number 4. She has been in great form. And what can Great Britain's Hannah Russell do in this one? Hannah Russell off to a good start and first into her stroke.
Yeah, Hannah Russell's really been working on her power and her strength in the gym, because she used to get left on the block a bit, but we saw there that she's really worked on that, and she's got ahead and she's got an advantage that she doesn't lose out in the start. But already Daraya Stukalova has got rid of that advantage, and she's now going into the lead.
Well, Stukalova going well, but Hannah Russell is going with her. Stukalova goes over in 27.95, very, very quick indeed. Russell in second, Stetsenko in third. It's very close.
Hannah Russell had a brilliant turn and a great underwater phase and really made up some of the deficit, and she's fortunate that she's breathing to the side of Daraya Stukalova, but she's starting to lose a bit of ground now.
Well, Stetsenko coming back into contention now. It looks like it is going to be Stetsenko and Stukalova. It looks like Stetsenko's going to get this one. Stetsenko's going to win it. A great finish for Stetsenko, 58.05. It's a new world record for Anna Stetsenko of Ukraine. That was superb in the second 50 from Anna Stetsenko. The silver medal goes to Darya Stukalova in 58.93 and the bronze to Hannah Russell in 59.32. Three superb swims there at the medal positions. Fantastic stuff by Stetsenko in the second half of that race.
Yeah, and we saw there that the S12 girls took it out to the 50. They were having a strong race with each other, and they were lucky that they were next to each other, because with their poor vision, they struggle to get involved in a race because they can't see the athletes the other side of the pool, which is what happened there with Anna Stetsenko, who came through to finish strongly. Those S12 swimmers wouldn't have seen her the other side of the pool.
Stetsenko takes the gold medal in a world record time of 58.05. It's the two S12s in silver and bronze, Darya Stukalova and Hannah Russell. Well, that was a great race. The two S12s mixing it with the S13s there, and coming out on top. Almost.
For 50 metres. They're definitely, and again, though, they've got 100 or so days to work on that second 50 metres. And they're in for a strong race come Rio.
Stetsenko looked really strong there in the second 50. And she is going to be very strong in the 400 freestyle as well, I'm sure. As the men's 100 breaststroke in the SB7 class make their way onto poolside, and we have a real emerging star in the centre of the pool. Victor Kemeny from Slovakia goes in lane number 1. Tobias Pollard, what a great day he had yesterday in the IM. Kronenko has been in very good form this week, and there is the young man, Serrano Zarate, who's broke the world record just recently in Rio. In Krasinin, 17-year-old from Russia in 5. Chebatarev from Russia in 6. Third Russian Borodayev in 7. And Mark Maliar from Israel in lane number 8. Carlos Serrano Zarate, world record holder there, 1:14.72. He set that just a couple of weeks ago at the test event in Rio.
Yes, Borley's in fine form, and we can look at him to have a really good reaction time off these blocks.
Well, he is off very, very fast indeed, up into his stroke as well, and already world record holder leads the field.
Yeah, and because of his short stature, he's really got to keep a high stroke rate and try and maintain that through the entire race. And we can see here, he started off well, and he's powerful in that arm pull, and he's really starting to move away from the field already.
Well, he is pulling away from the swimmer alongside him. Looks like Bogdan Hronenko in lane number 3, who's in second place, 34.69. Well, he's pretty close to world record pace here. Serrano Zarate may be on for something special again tonight. Hronenko has just been pipped at the turn now by Efrosinin.
Yeah, only 4 100ths of a second separating second and third at this point at the turn, Paul, and they're really in a battle here to see who's going to become the European champion. But in terms of who's going to touch the wall first, don't think there's any doubt that it's going to be Carlos Serrano Zarate.
Well, again, it's Zarate against the clock here, 1:14.72. It's going to be very, very close indeed. Another very good swim from the Colombian. It's outside this time, it's 1:16.19. He just tied up in the end there. It's Efrosinin who gets the touch for second. He will become the European champion, just ahead of Kronenko, and the European bronze medalist will be Chebatarev in lane number 6. And there's the European champion, the young man, Efrosinen. We haven't seen him before at major championships, but he is going to be crowned European champion at the age of 16.
Yeah, and he did so well to finish on a full stroke, and as we've seen so many times in these races, Paul, it does come down to that tight, when it's a tight finish, it comes down to who gets their hand on the wall, and he just managed to finish on a full stroke, whereas Herenko took that extra little stroke.
Well, the world champion from last year, the world record holder, looked pretty comfortable there. You see the lead he has coming into the last stages of that 100 breaststroke. There is Carlos Serrano Zarate. Will take that open gold medal, 116.19. He's ahead of Efrosinen, who will be crowned European champion, and European silver medalist Renenko, and the bronze medalist will be Chebotarev. Tobias Pollock, another good swim there from the German, just missing out on the medals this time though. Now to the women's 100 breaststroke in the SB7 classification. Saw this morning, Liz, that Oksana Krul looked very, very good indeed. Big swim and a big advantage that she has over the rest of the field.
Yeah, we've got a similar situation as we had in the women's SB6 100 metres breaststroke, and Oksana Krul will definitely be coming into this race as the favourite, which can work two ways sometimes, because some athletes really thrive on the pressure of having a close race to drive them to a quick time. But we've seen so many times already this week that there's been so many exciting races when it's been an athlete against the clock.
Well, through the lanes, there's Oksana Krul. She will be the favourite for this one. Pavlova has done well this week. Clausen will be hoping to get on the medal podium again. Dorothea Maka in lane number 7. Dazdolka from Romania in lane number 8. So Duskova in 3, Teodorova in 2, and Mari Makinen in lane number 1. There is Oksana Krul. And Oksana Krul has a very unique technique to swim with.
Yeah, she doesn't have much strength in her upper limbs, but she does have the ability to put them out in front of her, which she chooses to do because it puts her in that streamlined position. She's effectively doing breaststroke kick with no board, and it really breaks the water, and you can see her cutting through the water, and it does provide a slight advantage to if she tried to keep them by her side, because the shape of her arms mean that they'd actually cause a lot of drag if they were by the side of her.
Well, she is forging ahead here, ahead of the swimmer in lane number 5. That's Maria Pavlova. Well, Oksana Krul has got a lead of about 3.5-4 metres there as they go over the turn, 44.89. Pavlova 3.8 seconds behind, and Duskova further 2.5 seconds behind her, but Oksana Krul looking fantastic again, the blue cap of Ukraine.
Yeah, Oksana Krul really starting to pull away now. She's worked really hard on not fading in those final stages of her race. And actually, another advantage we'll get as we see her come into the wall by her having her hands out like that is in the close races when it comes down to those touches. Not so much here at these European Championships. When she races her main rivals on the world stage, she can actually touch the wall with those hands.
Here comes Oksana Krul into the closing stages now. No one is going to catch the Ukrainian here. Oksana Krul is coming home to take the gold medal for Ukraine. She takes it in 1:37.62. In second position, it looks like it's Pavlova will get in there in 1:44.47, and it will be a bronze medal to the Czech Republic. Duskova getting in at 1:46.88. Just ahead of Clausen, who finishes in 1:50.60. But the race pretty much went as we expected with.
Yeah, and like I said at the start of the race, in those situations it can be difficult for an athlete, because if they're chasing a time for selection or just looking to do a best time, sometimes they need to race. But we saw there from the start, see how her hands are they're out in front, they stay in position from that dive, and actually, if they bent though at the elbows, and if she was to put them down by her side, she really would, it would act as a brake, and we would see a considerably slower time. So that's just one example of the way that Oksana Król has developed her stroke to maximise what she's got available to her.
Oksana Król has been on the Ukrainian team for a few years now.
Yeah, she actually, I remember her making her debut against Charlotte and I in Reykjavik in the 100 metres breaststroke, and so she went 141 or 142 there, I think, so she's definitely moved it on over the last few years, but her favourite event is the 50 metres fly.
Oksana Król is the European champion in the women's 100 breaststroke SB7, ahead of Pavlova and ahead of Duskova. Those are the 1, 2, 3, the medalists in that 100 breaststroke SB7. That's some of the Italian fans there.
It's got to be one of the youngest fans in the building, so. Paul.
There's 2 gold medalists there. Ariola Trimi, Efrem Morelli. Here's some other young fans here. The camera, they love it. Excellent stuff. Well, we saw the S2 swimmers before Liz. It's now the S1 swimmers.
Yes, and as you said, Paul, these are the most severely impaired swimmers that we will see in the Paralympic swimming competition. And we'll see a range of techniques again employed by each athlete in the starting blocks. It's always interesting to see how they maximise what they've got available.
There's Karapides from Greece. To him is Anton Cole. We had a good swim the other day. Just behind this man, Hennady Boyko, world record holder from Ukraine. Italians will get behind this man, Batella, and Christos Stampakis is from Greece. One of the most experienced Greek swimmers. He actually carried the flag for the Greek team at the Paralympic Games in London opening ceremony. And Golovko from Ukraine, the 3rd Ukrainian in this one, completes the lineup. Hennady Boyko, though, was very, very good in the event that we had earlier this week, which was the 200 freestyle. So we'll see how he goes over the shorter distance. And again, in the S1 classification, we saw the freestyle the other day, and many of the swimmers taking part in that freestyle do backstroke, so they're taking part in this backstroke event. One significant person that's missing in the S1 class is Mamis Valov from Israel, because he doesn't do backstroke. His disability does not allow him to do backstroke. He does this freestyle stroke, so
on his side.
Yeah, so he's the one that can't take part in this backstroke, unfortunately. So
we see a range of starts again, all going to be the majority of athletes choosing to be held at the feet again. Both Greek athletes, in fact all athletes being held at the feet. Both athletes from Greece choosing to enter the water from the side of the pool.
Well, they are holding them for a while. And that water's fairly cold, Liz. You don't want to be hanging about too long.
Yeah, it's difficult anyway when you're a backstroker to time when you get in the water, because you don't want to be hanging on the wall too long. But these S1 swimmers, sometimes they'll have better days than others and they'll be able to get into position quickly, but when some athletes are getting in from the side of the water, those ones in the middle really need to wait to get into the water so that they're not hanging around for too long and getting cold.
Well, Hennady Boyko saw him in the longer event, 200 freestyle, earlier this week, and he did an excellent swim there to win that, but he was pressed by Francesco Batella, who was very quick, the Italian. He's going with him in lane number 5, just down there, And the other swimmer in the picture is Anton Cole, who came through very strongly at the end of that 200. A young man from Ukraine.
Yeah, we see Boyko and Patella both using a double arm stroke, though Boyko's got a smaller circles with a higher frequency stroke rate, whereas Patella has got a higher stroke rate, a slower stroke rate, but he's getting more range from his shoulders. That just suggests he's slipping a little more water. And then Anton Cole, who's currently in 3rd position, turning 114.73. He's going for the single arm approach, but it's a constant. He's got the highest stroke rate of them all.
Yeah, and see if he can pull back now, because they're coming down to the final, well, they're well through the final 50 actually, and coming back is Patella, making a challenge here on Boyko, but it is pretty close. Patella certainly coming back, Liz.
Yeah, Patella seems to actually have picked up not only his stroke rate, but the amount of water that he's getting hold of. He's really gone up a notch, and he can sense the end of the pool's coming. He'll see this 15-meter false start rope to signify that he's coming into the end of the wall, and he'll be able to sense the splash that's coming off Boyko's stroke as they come into this final 7.5 meters.
Well, Boyko looks like he has responded just enough to hold off the challenge of Patella from Italy. Boyko is going to be in here to win another gold medal. Boyko is in there in a new world record time of 2:23.75. Another sensational time we are seeing here from the lower numerical classes here. Patella in 2:26.63, also inside the old world record for Patella, and Anton Cole in 3rd position again. But the young man again, Anton Cole, pulling back in the closing stages there. If only he can get out a little bit quicker, he may be challenging for that top spot. But a great response there from Hennady Boyko when he saw the challenge of Patella just alongside them.
Yeah, those two centre lane swimmers really dragged each other on and took them to a great time. And you've actually got to feel a bit hard done by if you're Francesco Patella, going a world record, finishing with a silver medal, Paul.
Yeah, you don't see that every day of the week. Oh, we probably have seen that every day of the week. We've seen world records every day this week anyway. Another fantastic performance there here.
Yeah, Boyko had a much stronger first 50 metres, and in the end that proved to be the telling sign. It's a very exciting race for both of them though, and there we can see small circles but strong circles. Boyko really maintained a similar stroke rate the entire way through the race, whereas Patella, we saw him pick it up in the last 25 metres, but he maybe wants to look at his tactics and start to pick up that stroke rate a little bit earlier next time.
Boyko comes to the wall there. The gap was just over 2 seconds in the end. There he touches the wall. Boyko in a new world record time, 2:23.75. Fantastic stuff for Boyko. We do have a disqualification in that one. It does not affect the medal position. And Hennady Boyko confirmed as a champion in a new world record time. Patella, the silver medalist, and Anton Cole, the bronze. Oh, another world record performance by these classes, the S1s and S2s, really doing the business today.
Yeah, and it's been an exciting week. We've been really fortunate to see so many world records this week already, but it's something you would expect during a Paralympic year because everybody raises the bar and raises their game, and all seems to find another gear so that they're best prepared to try and win that gold medal come the Paralympic Games.
Yeah, it's very difficult to gauge the performances, what performances you need to do when you go into a Paralympic Games year, because, as you said, the standard just seems to rise every 4 years. There's the GB fans. Scott Quinn's mum and dad there, waiting for Scott Quinn's swim a little bit later on. One of the last races that we are going to enjoy tonight. That's the SB14 100 breaststroke. Another race to come now. The women's 100 freestyle in the S3 classification. We've got the current world record holder in this one, Wes, so just Wonder if we're going to be treated to another world record performance.
Well, Sofia Gabellina, she did break the world record in the 50-meter freestyle earlier in the week, Paul, so if she can follow in the men's footsteps and continue that form, then we could be in for another world record this evening. Fingers crossed. We're getting a bit greedy.
Well, Yip Pinju back in the water again. But there is Molchanova in 1, Anke Conradi in 2, Stamatopoulou in 3. Olga Swiderska goes in lane number 4. 4 goals already at this championship, so Olga Swiderska. There is the world record holder in the S3 class, Gabellina of Kazakhstan. There is Yip Pinju from Singapore. We saw her set a world record time earlier. 100 back. Uzaloglu from Greece in 7. And Shisheva from Russia in lane number 8. Well, all the swimmers have entry times with the exception of Shisheva. She'd be an outside lane flyer again.
Well, we saw her do something similar earlier in the week, so it'll be interesting to watch how Leno progresses.
This event did not have a heat swim this morning. Progressed to a direct final. So I just wonder what kind of shape the swimmers are in. Well, we know what kind of shape that Yip Pinju is in. World record breaking form. She goes in lane number 6 from Singapore. She's the only S2 swimmer in this one, a combined event. S2s and S3s, with the exception of the swimmer in lane 6. They're all S3 swimmers, all fighting for the same medal, of course.
Yeah, Yulia Shishevova actually out in lane 8 there with no entry time. She got off to a really good start because she was the only athlete to go from the diving block, and that gave her a great distance. She's up into her front crawl, and we've got a situation where 5 of the swimmers are doing freestyle and then 3 are doing backstroke. Obviously you can choose, it's your preference what stroke you perform during a freestyle race, but the freestylers in the middle at the moment do seem to be powering away.
Well, Gabellina there going through in a time of 44.61, and that's inside world record pace. We could be on for another record here, Liz. And Swiderska in 2nd, but the gap is 4 seconds. And Stamatopoulou having a good swim in 3rd position here, but Gabellina going through there. We'll check. And Pinju Yip goes through in 103.82, and that is an Asian record at halfway point for the Singaporean swimmer. But here comes Gabellina now with only 50 meters to go, but trying to come back is Swiderska.
Yeah, we can see Gabellina really starting to dig in now. She's changed her breathing pattern. She's breathing every 2 strokes, and then every 4, keeping that head down to try and maximise the streamlining position, but she's starting to feel the burn, and here comes you to take over, Paul.
Swiderska coming back really strongly. What a finish from Swiderska. She nearly took it. Oh, but Gabellina just had enough to hold on there. At 139.61 and 139.97. Well, I was watching her coming down there, and well, those last couple of meters.
Nothing like putting you under pressure.
Goodness, what a swim that was from Swiderska. Gabellina just holding on. Keep an eye on Pinju Yip though from Singapore now, the S2 swimmer, finishing now in lane number 6, and she touches there in 2:15.68, and that's an Asian record again for the Singaporean swimmer. Her 2nd swim in the matter of how long? 45 minutes or so?
Yeah, it was a big ask for her, and we see there she actually performed the same stroke as she did in the 100 backstroke 45 minutes or so ago, but it was a bit of a slower time, so the turnaround time might have been a little bit tight.
There's Gabellina. What a great finish that was from Olga Swiderska. It wasn't quite enough there. Olga Swiderska, though, does become the European champion in the 100 freestyle in the S3 classification. Gabellina went out really fast and almost paid for that early pace there. She is confirmed as the Open champion. See that? What a start there from Gabdalina in the centre lane.
Yeah, Gabdalina went out on world record pace, but I think she did definitely pay for it. It wasn't almost pay for it, even though she still managed to get the victory. The time, she was feeling the burn in those last 10 metres, and we saw that from the close finish.
Well, there is Gabdalina. No sign of Swiderska, but there's a sign of her now. Look at that! Oh, what a finish, Swiderska. She may well have just about been able to reach that. If she'd hit the wall with her left hand, Swiderska may well have got it, but she didn't. Gabdalina takes it in 1:39.61. Swiderska is the European champion from Ukraine. Shisheva, the European silver medalist, and Stamatopoulos, the European bronze medalist, and it's an Asian record for Pin Ju-Yip of Singapore. That, of course, was in the S2 classification. Singaporean swimmer, the only S2 swimmer in that combined event.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Medal ceremonies. There's going through these events fast tonight.
It's because everyone keeps breaking world records, Paul.
Not much of a chance for us to catch our breath. We'll even get snacks. You've got a Madeira and banana there for later on, saving that one.
When do we get our Madeira and cake?
We've got some in the cafe here at the pool. I recommend it.
Paul Noble, the king of pastries and desserts.
Nice. And what a race we saw for this medal presentation. Another of the Greek swimmers. Greece team having quite a good competition here. Dimitris from that Greek team, bronze medal. Bronze medalist before in this event. Couldn't quite live with the pace of the leading two though.
Always good to pick up a medal at the major championships, and he looks really happy to. I'm not sure if he's happier to pick up the medal or the mascot. We still haven't got one.
We haven't, no. Maybe some kind soul will donate one or two to us. There is the silver medalist, Palamarchuk from Ukraine. Well, he came into this one as the world champion, maybe slight favourite to win the gold, and he did do a very respectable time indeed, but a fantastic time. The man in the middle, Dmitry Kokorev from Russia, takes that gold medal in a new world record time. Fantastic. Was the record holder up until late last year. Yang Yang from China took that record, and Kokorev's taken it back.
Dmitry Kokorev has definitely responded well. We've seen him swim world record pace in more than one event this week, and he'll be happy. It's always good to reap rewards when you've had to respond to a disappointment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Russian Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, your
Giles and I had a chat about the mascots yesterday, Liv.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what kind of animal the mascot is?
Yes.
Oh,
Do I get a prize? If I get it
you
right,
must have been listening.
I might be
It's
wrong.
good.
No, is it a seal?
What kind of seal?
That you didn't. You didn't. You didn't know. I didn't know I was going to have to specify.
It is a specific kind of seal.
Well, do I get half a point for seal?
Yeah, you can win a banana.
Okay, I'm happy with my half a point and a banana. No, Paul. What type of seal is it?
A monk seal.
Oh, I did know that.
See?
No.
Every day's a school day.
Yeah, I won't forget this time. Ask me again tomorrow.
Right. It's a test. S2s coming out for the presentation of the European medals. Of course, we saw the winner of the Open, Yip Binju from Singapore, set that new world record. These presentations about the European medalists here at the European Open Championships.
Do we still have a world record holder on this podium, Paul?
There's Agafonova from Russia. Well, let's watch out for her in the shorter distance events. Maybe this longer event not quite suiting her, but she was champion on the 50 backstroke last year. And here is the world record breaker in the S1 classification. Ingrid Thunen from Norway on that medal podium, collecting her European silver medal. And also, of course, very delighted with that world record swim in her classification, the S1 class. Of course, it is one of the combined events here. There's quite a number of combined events throughout the programme.
We have seen, though, Paul, that those combined events seem to have brought out some really good swims from the athletes involved. And we've seen, like you said, a number of world records, more than one within the same race.
Irina Sotska from Ukraine is the European champion. She will be delighted to claim another European title, adding to the growing tally of the Ukrainian national team here in Funchal. There are Ukrainians celebrating that gold medal for their teammate.
They've had a lot to celebrate this week.
They have. They led the medal table last night, 2 golds ahead of Russia. Sotska, Thunen and Agafonova are the medalists. I've managed to get a couple of tweets through, Liz.
Yeah, well, it would be nice to have a Wi-Fi signal to be able to get those tweets. I'm sure that people are getting them, because whenever I get back to the hotel, I don't know how you call, but I do get some on my newsfeed. So
I've got one from Sasha Kindred, GB teammate of both yours and I's as well. He's lasted for a number of years, Sasha Kindred, talking about that European Championships when we swam in the dark in that open air pool. Said he scraped himself along the bottom of the pool diving in the dark.
Now Sash is showing his age.
Obviously he'll be hoping to make another Paralympic Games when the GB team's selected in a couple of weeks' time. But in the meantime, the medal winners for this one are out. And there is Arco Dolfin from Italy, the bronze medalist. I was speaking to him the other day, speaking to his brother yesterday, who is here with the Italian media, and he came running up this morning after Marco's swim saying, "That's a new Italian record, it's a new best time for my brother." So very, very proud brother there for Marco Dolfin.
That's the best kind of reporting system. We need that for everybody.
Cal Forsman gave everything there. Silver this time for the Swede. Really tried, man just really gets worked up behind the block, trying to intimidate his opponents there. He's a big man, he was slapping his chest there going in before the race.
Yeah, Carl Forsman is a strong man. He swims on aggression, you're right, Paul, but today it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, Yuri Luchin. So close to a world record time with that. Yeah, strong arms, wasn't he? Just using those arms out in front of him, keeping that stroke rate going fantastically well.
Yeah, we didn't see his stroke rate down, which is good, because with someone who doesn't use their legs, if that stroke rate drops, then the whole body position drops, and that's when we see the slow time. But tonight, he was brilliant.
Ladies and gentlemen, yup!
Well, Ukrainian anthem followed by the Russian anthem. Is a real tussle at the top of the medal table for these two countries. But there's the Italian supporters as well. What a great week they've had.
They are having a brilliant week, and then they've got face paint, they've got hats, they've got sunglasses. There's no mistaking where those supporters are from. Oh, someone pleased to be on the monitor. That was not me last night. Rachel and I were hiding our heads.
Yeah. You were working hard, we saw last night.
We were.
Oh yeah. Very smiley people coming out onto the medal podium there.
And so they should be. They put 3 fantastic swims, some best times going on there. It's just where you want to be in Paralympic year.
Bronze medalist, Fanny Ilish. She has been around for a while. I remember coming to Sheffield as a junior, swimming in the British Junior Championships many years ago now.
Yeah, I've raced her for a number of years, and in the last couple of years she really seems to have turned a corner, and that time for her was just reward for the training that she's really put in this last couple of seasons.
Elizaveta Mereshko, a quality swimmer who Ukrainians have unearthed in the last 2 or 3 years. Really strong in a number of events, and thought she might have taken this 100 breaststroke title today, but she couldn't quite catch up her teammate.
No, it took a personal best time from Victoria Stasova to get that gold medal and relegate Mereshko to silver, but Mereshko is a brilliant all-rounder, and we saw that in her 200 individual medley at the beginning of the week.
And there is Saptsova, is European champion in this SB5 classification, women's 100 metres breaststroke.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Ukraine.
Ukrainian winner, a Russian winner, a Ukrainian winner again.
Yeah, I know, there's tit for tat at the top of that medal table. And
absolutely.
We probably should learn the words to the national anthems.
Yeah, maybe. Just great strength and depth for these two countries out there, all through the classes.
Yeah, and it's not, they don't just have one athlete in each classification, they field 2 or 3 athletes in most of the events, and I think that is where they get their strength and depth, as you say, Paul, and that's why they're at the top of the medal table.
Well, they're not. All these athletes are all not going to be able to go to the Paralympic Games in Rio. It will be the best of the best for these two teams, but the experience that they are gaining here at the European Championships will be invaluable for the youngster.
Yes, and as we've seen with the Ukrainians and the Russians over the years, they've really gone from strength to strength. And it is because they've always got the next crop of athletes coming through, and they'll gain that experience at competitions like this.
Well, this one could be very, very close indeed. It's the men's 100 breaststroke SB4 final. Well, Tam Trong Nguyen is in lane 1 for Vietnam. Lane number 2, probably unaccustomed to be out there, Daniel Diaz, the world record holder, the European record holder, Antonio Sapatakis. And in the centre lane there, Moises Fuentes Garcia, world champion back in 2013. Ricardo 10, the experienced Spaniard, former Paralympic champion in 5. Dmitry Chernayev, the youngster from Russia, in 6. Susi from Italy in 7. And Roman Zdanov in lane number 8 for Russia. Well, we saw such a fantastic race in the heats today, and the two swimmers who took the gold and silver medals in the World Championships last year, Daniel Diaz, Antonios Sapatakis from Greece. That was such a good battle there at the World Champs in 2015. Are we going to be in for a repeat, or can the likes of Moises Fuentes Garcia there in lane number 4, or Ricardo 10 challenge Daniel Diaz, going from the dive lightly to get away the best?
Yeah, Daniel Diaz has such great race skills, and there we see him coming up. But Ricardo 10 also had a really good start, but we'll see that the athletes who started in the water will start to come back on these because they can generate more power because they've got more of a balanced stroke.
Well, Daniel Diaz, we saw him go out pretty fast this morning. Was he holding something back? Well, we're about to find out now. They go through the red markers. It's very, very close indeed, as it promised to be. Going well there in lane number 6. It looks like Chernayev from Russia, who's maybe got a very slight lead, but coming through now in lane number 4. It is Fuentes Garcia and he has struck the front there, but a good turn from Ricardo 10 keeps him into contention. Daniel Diaz, it's all to play for, Liz. 5 swimmers in with a shout still.
That turn was really telling, and we saw that Ricardo 10 and Daniel Diaz, the athletes with a leg to push off the wall, they really made up a lot of ground there, but they'll start to fall back, and maybe potentially because they don't have the paddles on their upper limbs to pull through that water. But Daniel Diaz doesn't like to lose, so we'll see a tussle. But don't rule out Taspaticus in lane number 3, because he always finishes strongly.
Well, he's going to have to finish very strongly because Moises Fuentes Garcia has hit the front here in lane number 4. The Colombian is hitting the Brazilian. He has a sneaky look along, but it looks like it could be Fuentes Garcia will take that one in 1:36.83. It's the Colombian who takes the gold medal in the open category. Daniel Diaz in 2nd position. It's Ricardo 10 in 3rd for Spain. He will become the European champion ahead of Sapatakis and ahead of the early leader, Dmitry Chernayev. But what a great race that was, and what a win for the Colombian, and a European title again for Ricardo 10 from Spain. I don't think he quite realises it.
No, he looks like he's still trying to process the information, doesn't he? But there we see Ricardo 10 getting that brilliant start, using the distance off that one good leg that he has available to him. The advantage he got off the start, he then reclaimed from the turn, and it sees him ending up as a European champion, Paul, again.
Absolutely, some fantastic performances there from Ricardo 10. His first Paralympic Games back in 1996, and here's the finish. Moises Fuentes Garcia in there, clear winner ahead of Daniel Diaz, and he is delighted with that. The world champion from 2013 is now the Open European champion here in Funchal in 2016, congratulating the European champion. There is a disqualification, it doesn't affect the medal positions. Moises Fuentes Garcia takes the open gold medal ahead of Daniel Diaz. The European champion is Ricardo 10. Silver medalist in Europe is Antonio Sapatakis, and the European bronze medalist Dmitry Chernayev of Russia.
Fuentes Garcia ecstatic with his victory there, Paul, and rightly so, because it's not often that someone goes into a race with the great Daniel Diaz and comes out victorious. So he's going to take loads of confidence from that, and I can expect a fast race come September.
His first time as a Paralympic medalist was back in Beijing in 2008. He was a bronze medalist in 2008, silver medalist in 2012. Ooh. Could there be a pattern emerging here?
He'll be hoping so.
Women's SB4 100 breaststroke. Oh, interest from Singapore as well in lane number 3, Teresa Go. Nebiatova from Russia goes in lane number 1. Teresa Perales, what can she do? From lane number 2, Teresa Go. She will be hoping to get in amongst the open medals. In lane 3, Sarah Louise Wrong, the world record holder. Well, be a challenge for anyone to challenge Sarah Louise Wrong. Maybe Giulia Giretti may fancy her chances here. Sola Antoniadou from Greece in 6, Natalia Chauvel, European and world medalist in 7, and Katalin Engelhardt, another one of these experienced Hungarian swimmers who has been around since the 1990s.
Yeah, that's another name I remember from the start of my career.
Not quite the start of mine. But
Not many people remember the start of your career, Paul.
That's true. Thanks, Elizabeth.
There we see Giulia Giretti. She had a great breaststroke leg in her 200 individual medley, so this could be where she picks up her best colour medal.
Off the blocks pretty well there. It's kind of all in a by a diagonal line there for a second. Diviatova got off well. Teresa Perales as well. Teresa Go going well too. Challenging Sarah Louise Rung in these early stages there. So it is Teresa Go and Sarah Louise Rung going ahead of the field.
Those two swimmers both hugging the same lane rope on opposite sides. And Sarah Louise Rung, she just has such a brilliant lung capacity that she's able to hold her breath for a number of strokes on that breaststroke. And so whereas often we see with athletes who don't use their legs on breaststroke doing short, sharp strokes, you'll notice with her that she's got a lot longer stroke. She pulls it right back, and it means with every stroke she moves considerably forward through the water, which means she can have a lower stroke rate but a stronger stroke.
Well, it still looks very, very smooth there for Sarah Louise Rung. She is the world record holder, and she's gone out quickly in 49.57. So keep an eye on the clock here, because it looks like she has the medal sewn up. It's a close contest for second place. It looks like Giulia Giretti is coming through now into the silver medal position. Sarah Louise Rung though in the gold medal position. Teresa Go fighting to hold on to a medal position in the open classification. Diviatova also in contention for that one, but here comes the champion. It is Sarah Louise Rung. It's a great time as well, 1:44.49, an excellent time for Sarah Louise Rung. It is going to be silver to Giulia Giretti from Italy. The Italians loving that one, and it's going to be an open bronze medal for Teresa Go of Singapore, and the European bronze medal will go to Irina Diviatova of Russia. But a great display there from Sarah Louise Rung and Giulia Giretti as well. An exponent of side breathing as well on that breaststroke, which we've seen from a few of the Italians this week.
Yeah, like what we said, Paul, sometimes you come away and you learn from other competitors, but actually within your squad, if someone's worked out a better way of doing something and you think it can work for you, then you try it, and if obviously it does, which it has here for the Italians, then you both adopt that technique.
Sarah Louise Rung, well, she was challenged by Teresa Go in the early stages, but as soon as they got into the second half of that race, she just pulled away. Great swim from Teresa Go though. She went out pretty fast and she managed to hold on pretty well. Actually an Asian record for Teresa Go. She'll be pleased with that. She's an experienced campaigner, medalist at the World Championships 10 years ago, and still going strong.
Two swimmers in that squad from Singapore here, and both getting records tonight, Paul. Very good day at the office.
Good day at the office for Sarah Louise Rung as well. She takes the gold medal and the European title. Giulia Giretti, the silver medal. Teresa Go takes the open bronze medal in an Asian record, and the European bronze will go to Diviatova of Russia.
Some Norwegian fans there.
Let's wave that Norwegian
Wave the flag, you just won. Oh, there's the Italians. You can always rely on them to wave.
Yeah, they'll wave that. Oh yeah, no danger in that one. That was a given. Well, the S11 swimmers out for the final 50 metres freestyle. The S11, of course, swimmers with no vision at all. They will be wearing blacked out goggles, and they will not know the result of the race until after the race, when those blacked out goggles are checked by the officials. Mikowski, winner of the backstroke the other day. Can he do something from the outside lane? Viktor Smirnov there, adjusting those goggles in lane 2, the Ukrainian. Next to his Ukrainian teammate, Maschenko. Henry Herbs there with the green cap of South Africa. Next to Matias Sousa, the Brazilian in lane 5. There's Hirori Zuzilau, the youngster from Belarus. Maxim Koval goes in lane 7 from Russia. The experienced man, 52-year-old Miroslav Shmurka, making it into this final in 8th position. But really, Liz, the main contenders here in the middle, the South African and the Brazilian, anything can happen in an S11 race.
Yeah, it's really about who finds that lane line the most smoothly and the most comfortably, but doesn't get tangled in it and can then go in the straightest line possible down to the end of the pool.
There's the green cap of South Africa. It's a good start from the South African and from the Brazilian there. It's very, very tight in the opening stages.
Yeah, and Henry Herbst has got a slight lead at the moment, but him and Marchenko are on the same lane rope when they could have got tangled, but now Henry Herbst has moved away, and will he?
Well, a very, very good correction there by Henry Herbst. He's going to be in now in a time of 26.96. Henry Herbst will take that one for South Africa. Zuzalo from Belarus is in second position at the moment, and in third position Marchenko, but the time for Matthew Souza didn't come up there, so we'll have to wait and see if that is the confirmed result there. It looks like it will be, however. Zuzalo will be the European champion, with Marchenko the European silver medalist and Smirnov the European bronze medalist, but we'll wait and see the result. Definitely Henry Herbst will take that one though for South Africa, and it was a very good correction, wasn't it, when he got stuck on that lane rope.
Yeah, Henry Herbst is here because he needs more race practice, because quite often in the big situations he has been known to get tangled in the lane ropes and then ping pong off of them, but here he didn't get tangled, he just got caught on the same rope as someone else, but he corrected it, finished into the middle, and now we have Matteo Souza's time.
We do, and I think the reason for that is that he missed the touch pads. There's slight gaps there. You see the white kind of slats there at the end of the touch pads, and it was Matteo Souza in 27.60 was second position. A great time for Henry Herbst. He will be delighted with that one. Wait for his reaction, because for the first time he's managed to go under the 27-second mark, and it's a new African record for Henry Herbst of South Africa. Souza in second position in the open event. Zuzalo, the youngster from Belarus, will be the European champion ahead of Marchenko and Smirnov. Not much in that at all. Matter of hundredths of a second separating second, third and fourth there. But Henry Herbst delighted with that swim.
Yeah, and Matteo Souza's time was worth the wait, Paul. We saw the same thing happen in the women's event this morning in the heats. These time pods aren't actually going the full width of the lane rope, so it's actually expected, I guess, that the visually impaired athletes, especially those S11s, have the potential to miss that time pad.
Yeah, it's happened, as you said, this morning in the heats, but the officials do have these backup times, so that's the times that are appearing on the scoreboard and will be the official record of the results. So not to worry for these athletes, been under control. Let's see this women's 50 freestyle for the S11 class. Well, this was a great heat swim from a number of these swimmers here. There's Jana Brezhina from Ukraine in one, 15-year-old Elizabeth Egel in lane number 2. Maya Reichard may well challenge for the medals in lane number 3. Sid Brunsma from the Netherlands, 15-year-old winner of the 400 last night in lane number 4. Camillini, the record holder from Italy, the world record holder in 5. Pedumla, the winner of the backstroke in 6. Nadia Baez from Argentina in 7. And Olga Yakubuk from Ukraine in lane number 8. Camillini's record set when winning gold in the London Paralympic Games in 2012. There is Pedumna just making sure her goggles stay on there, the cap pulled over them. Camillini in 5, Brunsma in 4, and Reichard in 3 may be the contenders for this.
Yeah, again, the winners could come from anywhere, depending on who keeps their track, but they all got off to a really good start. And Nadia Baez actually got a really good start, as did Elizabeth Egel, but out in the lead is Maya Ricard.
And here comes the Swedish swimmer, Maja Rickard. She's right on the ropes. Can she stay off that rope there? Lane number 4 coming back. Brownsma, but it looks like it may well go to Sweden. Maja Rickard on the finish, and it is gold, I think, to Maja Rickard in 30.87. A fantastic swim from Maja Rickard, and it's a new world record for the Swedish swimmer. That was superb. Brownsma 31.22 in second. Camellini 32.00 for the bronze medal. But what a victory for Maja Rickard. And I wonder if she's aware of that yet, listening to the PA system around the pool.
Well, Paul, she's got her hat pulled down so far over her goggles so that they don't come off, that they're probably covering her ears as well, but there it is.
Well, her coaches just couldn't wait there to tell her. That was a fantastic performance from Maja Rickard there. The yellow cap, she was right in the middle of the lane there. She led from start to finish. Just clipped that lane rope there. Oh goodness. That was a desperate moment there for Rickard, but she sorted herself. The tap was perfect. She reached, I'm not sure if she hit it with her right hand or her left, but look at that. Whoa! Superb by Rickard.
So in answer to your question, Paul, she didn't hear the speaker.
And there's the Swedes. She cannot believe it. 30.87. She's a European champion in a world record time. Lisette Brownsma, the youngster from the Netherlands, in silver medal position. Cecilia Camellini, the bronze.
What an exciting race, Paul. And actually, we've gone on about these blacked out goggles a lot, but actually I noticed that in lane 1, Jan Brezena of Ukraine wasn't actually wearing any goggles, and that's because if the athlete doesn't actually have any eyes and has had them replaced with prosthetic eyes, then obviously they're not required to wear those blacked out goggles. So she was out and round through the mix zone and into the swim down pool a lot quicker than all those girls who were queuing to get their goggles checked.
Yeah, that's the only exception to that rule, and it does happen from time to time. We do see swimmers that have prosthetic eyes, of course. Well, we see 2 Ukrainians on the podium again. This time, it's a Belarusian swimmer in the centre of them. And it's no surprise that it's the Belarusian who has been one of the most successful athletes here this week. That's Ihar Boki, who wins that 100 freestyle event. It was the clash that we all wanted to see, really. Maxim Varaksa against Ihar Boki, the world record holders in both the S12 and the S13 classifications. And the world record marks are only 6/100ths apart.
Yeah, and there is Maxim Varaksa getting his bronze medal, but I think really he went out on that first 50 metres and he really paid for it on that those closing stages of the race. So we do want to see the race. It's well anticipated, but I think we want to see it when they're both in their peak condition and on their top form.
Maxim Varaksa's record stood since 2009. Ihar Boki very, very close to his record today. There's Yaroslav Denisenko. Has been second to Ihar Boki in this event for the last 3 major championships, so that's the 4th time in a row that Denisenko has been in the silver medal position to Ihar Boki.
Well, I guess part of you is happy with the silver, but then part of you is just more motivated to go away and train harder and try to get on that top step and dethrone the great Ihar Boki.
There he is, Ihar Boki. He's been right on his best form every race that he has done here. He's been tenths of a second out of his own world record times, and this time he was only hundredths away from that world record.
Yeah, Paul, he's got to be pleased with the form he's in and the way he's swimming, but a little bit frustrated that he's getting so close to those times.
that anthem from Belarus.
Well, you get to hear it quite often considering how small their squad is.
Yep, and most of the time it's for ER Bulky. Not all of the time though. The medalist last night. Use it out. Again, the breaststroke.
Chief photographer for the Czech team right there.
And more shots of the crowd here in this excellent facility here in Funchal. This was another good race between these three swimmers. Two S12s, Stokalova and Hannah Russell, took it out fast. Thought they were going to get the better of Anna Stetsenko there, but Stetsenko was so strong in the second 50.
Yeah, she has such a strong finish, and here we see again the great height of Hannah Russell, then we'll see Stokalova, and the victor is actually quite a bit shorter.
Hannah Russell really coming on leaps and bounds in the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, she's really ironed out her techniques, and she's got so much stronger physically, and I think just comfy
and probably beyond. But this young lady made her international debut just last year at the World Championships. It's her second major international, and it was a superb swim. World record swim for Stetsenko.
Just another example of the way that the Ukrainians continue to develop and deepen their squad in all classifications.
Absolutely superb stuff. Again, it's the anthem of Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, your
Well, there's the height difference there between the gold medalist and the silver and bronze. A combined event, of course. The S12s and S13s together. The S12 swimmers with less vision than the S13, doing very well to get on the medal podium. Shows their quality, really.
Yeah, definitely, and I think, like you said, by combining a lot of these events, it's bringing out the best in the rivalries that we've always hoped we would see, but been prevented from seeing because swimmers are in different classifications. But it's proving to be a very exciting time in the world of para-swimming.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's 100 meter breaststroke SB7.
And more medalists here making their way to the podium. European medalists. 2 Russians this time. And the Ukrainian. Maybe a couple of unfamiliar names taking to the podium. Chavotarev from Russia, made his way onto the podium and taking that European bronze medal. Another good performance there in that SB7 classification.
Yeah, a great opportunity to get onto the international podium at a major championship, because obviously we've been used to this event being dominated for so long by Blake Cochran of Australia and now Carlos Serrano Zarate of Colombia. So it's great for these Europeans to have a good race, get a flavour of how it feels to be on the podium and use that as their motivation for the rest of their career.
Well, Bogdan Gernenko on the podium again, a number of medals to his name this week. This young man, his first major international, big cheer from the Russian fans in the pool tonight. 17 years of age, and he comes away with a gold medal, a European gold medal.
Yeah, and it's always really satisfying to come out on top of a really close finish.
National anthem of Russia. Senhoras e senhores, o hino nacional da Federação Russa.
Ladies and gentlemen, your medal.
Slightly awkward moment on the podium there. They weren't looking at each other, so when you stick your hand out, have you ever been in that situation, Paul, where you stick your hand out for the shake or the hug and the other person's not watching?
Left them hanging. There's Luchin. He's had a good night, hasn't he? Enjoying himself.
He's had a brilliant night, and he's ecstatic
dear.
with that time he swam, and he doesn't even seem that concerned that he missed the world record by such a slight margin. But you wouldn't, would you, if you just put in a time as good as that?
It's the Russians having a good night tonight. And here's another Russian leading out the medal party. And that's Maria Pavlova, who will get the silver medal. Duskova from the Czech Republic will take a bronze medal. This is the women's 100 breaststroke SB7. Duskova, she looks pleased with her performance. New names cropping up all through the classifications. It's good to see though, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, like we keep saying it, but that is the beauty of a European Championships or a regional major championships, because it gives those athletes who are new to power swimming, slightly further down the rankings, the opportunity to taste success and just be motivated to go on and achieve great things. And here we see Pavlova on the medal rostrum, another tall Russian, Paul.
Yeah,
A very happy Russian too.
Just 17 as well. Oksana Krul, the veteran of this medal podium. Two 17-year-olds either side of her. Any guesses on the age of Oksana Krul?
She's not very old, is she? She's hardly a veteran. She's probably about, let me do the maths, maybe 22, 23?
21.
Oh wow, she was even younger than I thought in 2009. Trying to block it out. I was starting to feel my age back then.
Still a youngster, and right on the top of the podium again. Oksana Krul from Ukraine is the champion in 100 breaststroke SB7.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ukrainian team and supporters never tire of hearing that national anthem, do they?
No, and they're getting plenty of practice hearing it because they are having, as we keep alluding to, a very successful meet.
Yeah, really, really strong team. If we had the Wi-Fi, we might be able to keep you up to date with the medal standings.
Yeah, it's not happening.
But maybe someone will bring us a medal list before we finish tonight. I think Ukraine have had another cracking night. The Russians have had a few victories as well, but I think it looks like Ukraine have increased their lead at the top of the medal table. But there's still a few races to come. We're expecting some excellent races for you here. The next one we will expect is the men's 100 breaststroke in the SB14 classification. That one is due off at 2 minutes past 8, so around about a minute or so before these swimmers enter the water. Bang on time tonight.
We're flying through it. It's definitely breaststroke night as well, Paul, and we might be a bit biased, but I say breaststroke, best stroke.
Well, breaststroke is providing us with some very exciting races, and these two breaststroke swims to come are going to be absolutely phenomenal, I feel. Some great head-to-head battles in prospect here. In the women's breaststroke, we have two swimmers who were inside the old world record mark just last week, so that is quality. And we have got world and Paralympic medalists in the men's event just about to come onto poolside. Of course, we've got the relay to come at the end of the session. That is going to be an exciting one as well. The women's 4x100 meters freestyle relay.
We can see Russia pick up another medal and claw their way back to the Ukrainians there, Paul, because the Ukrainians haven't seemed to enter a team tonight.
Spain will have a strong team as well, I'm sure. We'll wait for confirmation of who's starting that relay. But in the meantime, here come the men for the SB14 100 breaststroke. The SB14 finalists. Scott Quinn from Great Britain, the fastest into the final from the heats. And there's Tom Hamer, great swim he had the other day in the 200. Kel Kuliabin from Russia in lane number 2. Mark Evers from the Netherlands, he goes in lane number 3. That is Venom of Norway. There's Scott Quinn with his lucky boxer shorts on there. Scott Quinn in lane number 4. Adam Venom in lane 5. In fact, Artem Perlenko in lane 5. Adam Venom in lane number 6. John Margeir Sverrisson in lane number 7. And in lane 8, it's Aymeric Parmentier. Scott Quinn standing at the back there, causing a bit of confusion with the cameras across the lane. World record held by Aaron Moores. That was set just last week in the British International meet.
A great start there from Scott Quinn. He's actually down though. He got a good start off the block, but he's considerably shorter than the other athletes, and so he loses out a lot of ground underwater, but we can see he's already starting to come back onto the shoulders now, and they're all in a good line here as we come into the last 15 of the first 50 metres, Paul.
Well, Kuliabin going well in lane number 2 in that white cap, pressing for the lead, but Scott Quinn has come through pretty strongly in lane 4, and he will lead just at the halfway point. Pavlenko in second, Venom going well in lane number 6 in third.
Yeah, and this is where we really see the charge come. And on breaststroke, it's so important not to get so involved in the race that you actually tighten up and shorten your strokes. It's all about keeping it long. And someone like Scott Quinn does have a fast stroke rate, and he's starting to pick it up, and he's starting to move away from Pavlenko.
Well, Pavlenko pushing, but Scott Quinn has hit the front. Scott Quinn into the last 6 meters now. Surely it's going to be gold for Quinn. Scott Quinn has won the European title in a time of 107.29. It's Pavlenko in second position, and it is Venom in third position. But Scott Quinn showed his strength. Oh goodness, he's given absolutely everything there. But Scott Quinn in a time of 107.29, he's the European champion.
Pavlenko started to come back on him, but then Scott Quinn almost found another gear and then went into the finish, and there he is dancing in victory.
Now.
As I said, he got away so well, Scott Quinn, but he does lose a lot of ground underwater because of his height disadvantage. But once he was up and into his stroke, he's really worked on it, got a great technique, and he came through to take the victory.
Well, there is Pavlenko in lane number 5. Scott Quinn at this point was level with Pavlenko, but at the end of the race, showing his strength there, and Scott Quinn stretching for the wall, a little bit of a stretch there, didn't finish it square. He looks round, he's not sure, he's sure now. Scott Quinn is a European champion. Fantastic stuff from Scott Quinn, silver medalist last year in the World Championships. Gold medalist in the European Championships. Scott Quinn takes it, 107.29. Pavlenko, the silver medalist. Venom, the bronze.
Scott Quinn got to be happy with that. That race just showed that he's clearly got the fastest breaststroke swimming speed at the moment, and if he can up those starts and those turns, then he's got a real chance come the summer. The Brits are happy, and they've got another race to watch now.
Well, another chance for the GB team to claim a title. 2 chances in fact. Jessica Jane Applegate in 2 and Bethany Firth in lane number 5. But the world record holder, Michelle Alonso Morales, will go in lane 4. Michelle Fransen in 1 for Belgium. There is the first of the 2 GB swimmers, Jessica Jane Applegate. Valeria Shabalina, what can the Russian do in lane 3? There's the world record holder, Michelle Alonso Morales, Spanish swimmer in 4. The former world record holder, Bethany Firth, goes in 5. Ekaterina Krajeva in 6. Pernille Lindberg in 7. And in lane number 8, completing the lineup, is Indriani from Indonesia. Bethany Firth, former world record holder. Michelle Alonso Morales, the existing world record holder.
Well, Paul, Michelle Alonso Morales' name is on it, but Bethany Firth was in that race and broke the world record as well, so we're in for a good race.
Well, they are away pretty evenly, but the best work under the water was Bethany Firth. Fantastic stuff there. She goes into an early lead, but Alonso Morales has come back strongly.
Yeah, Bethany Firth definitely had the best underwater pull-out in that phase, and we saw her pop up first, but Michelle Alonso Morales quickly ate into that lead, and she's already a body length up. But Bethany Firth is a very strong swimmer, and she will hope to see her come back down that second 50, so we're in for a tight finish.
Well, a very, very good first 50 there from Alonso Morales, and Bethany Firth is down by almost a second with Shabalina in 3rd position.
But Bethany Firth, again, we saw incredible underwater there, and she really ate into that lead that Michelle Alonso Morales had built up over that first 50 metres, but really now it's going to come down to who can dig deepest, who can keep that stroke rate high, keep that stroke long, and not slip the water as we come into this final 15 metres, Paul.
Well, Alonso Morales holding on, Bethany Firth trying to come back, Bethany Firth pushing the Spanish swimmer, but Alonso Morales is going to win this one. She's coming away from Bethany Firth. It's going to be a great time. It's 1:13.46. It's outside the world record mark, but the gold goes to Alonso Morales of Spain, the silver to Bethany Firth of Great Britain, and the bronze to Shabalina of Russia. But what a great battle between those two. And Michelle Alonso Morales, well, Bethany Firth closed the gap, but at the end, Michelle Alonso Morales showed her strength.
It was a similar story to the men's event, Paul, and as we saw with Scott Quinn losing the advantage over the starts and the turns, Michelle Alonso Morales did the same. Bethany Firth's underwater work is brilliant, but unfortunately there's a lot more swimming to be done than starts and turns, and that's where Michelle Alonso Morales really won the race tonight.
There's the gap at the halfway point. It was almost a second. Oh, with that great turn, Bethany Firth was coming back there. But as they got into the closing stages of that race, Michelle Alonso Morales was very, very strong. And she gets in there in that time of 1:13.46. She is the European champion again, retaining that title she's won in 2014 and in 2011. And she is satisfied with that. The Spanish swimmer, that was a real battle between those two.
Yeah, and in the end, you'd say that 0.9 seconds is actually a pretty comfortable victory because you know how strong the rivalry these two girls have, but it will really push them on to even better times.
Michelle Alonso Morales takes the gold medal in the European title, ahead of Bethany Firth and ahead of Valeria Shabalina. Oh, well, we'll get our breath back.
Yeah, busy breaststroke nights. There's proved to be some really close races in those breaststroke events this evening.
A few more medal ceremonies for us before we go on to the freestyle relay.
There's Team Crisp with their 2016 t-shirt edition.
there is Mr. Crisp himself.
Yeah, he's had a long and prosperous career, and his family and friends have benefited too because they've got to travel the world supporting him.
Yeah, great supporters of James over the years. Here is the presentation for the men's S1 event. And it's a repeat of the positions that we saw in the 200 freestyle event earlier this week. Eddie Boyko on the top of the medal podium. Bronze medalist is Anton Kohl from Ukraine. That time of 2:31.05. That was just a couple of seconds outside the old world record, which stood at 2:28. Anton Kohl, very much the young man of that field in the S1 class. And he's shown some good form this week.
Yeah, and it's really promising for such a youngster to feature on the podium in these lower classification events, because quite often, not always, but quite often, we see the athletes being a lot older and a lot more mature because they've developed the techniques and just the longevity to remain at that elite level and the top standard.
Francesco Pittella continues. Well, Anton Kohl. That's Pittella, the silver medalist. Continues his good form as well. And he was inside the previous world record, but he could not match the swim, a new world record swim by Hennady Boyko of Ukraine. Swimmers, of course, in the S1 classification. Most severe disability in the Paralympic programme. And the winner of the gold medal is Hennady Boyko from Ukraine.
Ukrainians still in party mode. They're not tiring of hearing their anthem or supporting their athletes.
No, Bogdan Hernenko seems to be the chief cheerleader. We were talking a couple of days ago and last night about the array of Ukrainian tracksuits.
Yeah, I think I counted 5.
Did
The
you?
last time I was covering finals.
Giles reckon there must be some sort of hierarchy.
You reckon?
Well, I didn't subscribe to that theory, but you know what, Giles?
I guess
Just
as
out
long
there.
as you keep the same kit sponsor, you could just keep using tracksuits from years gone by.
It's Emmanuel Gonçalves, local man from Madeira, swimming for the Portuguese team here. Next medal presentation here is the women's 100 freestyle for the S3 classification. That was a combined event, of course. S2s and S3s combined. There is Alexandra Stamatopoulos. Winning that bronze medal for Greece. European bronze medal. Silver medalist. With another one of these outside lane flyers. There's no entry time, but we've come to expect that from Yulia Shishova. Looks like a real star in the making there. 149.04 that she went.
Yeah, and her ability to dive off the block really gives her that advantage and that momentum to carry into the rest of the events.
What a strong finish that this swimmer had. Olga Swiderska. Real blistering finish there, trying to catch the Kazakhstan swimmer Sofia Gabdalina. Closed up within 0.3 of a second of the Kazakhstan swimmer. Of course, Kazakhstan out with Europe, so not eligible for the European medal. And that gold medal, European title, goes to Olga Swiderska of Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, your medal winners.
Senhoras e senhores, as vossas ganhadoras de medalhas.
Well, there are the medalists for that women's 100 freestyle in the S3 class. A couple more medal ceremonies for us. 4 breaststroke ceremonies before we move on to the final event this evening, which is the 4x100 freestyle relay. And only 4 teams taking the start in that freestyle relay. That's unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's always a bit tough for the team that come fourth then, isn't it? But it's nice to see that there'll be a team from the host nation involved in the relay, because that'll keep the atmosphere as good as we've come to expect it in this building this week.
What about this medal ceremony? What about the man who's the European champion again? Probably didn't expect that, but Ricardo 10, such a great competitor. European bronze medalist, making his international debut here. Funchal is Dmitry Chernaev, 16 years of age.
Another young Russian finding his way onto the podium, and I'm sure it won't be the last we see of him.
Against more experienced men. Got to be the best beard and moustache
Yes.
we've seen on the medal podium.
Okay, yeah, no, it definitely is the best beard we've seen so far. Oh no, there was one in the S1200 breaststroke.
Oh
There's a
yeah,
good
that's a
beard there.
contender. That's a
No,
contender.
I think that maybe he's got a good few seconds up his sleeve for Rio there if he just has a shave.
Tapatakis from Greece, the silver medalist. It's a tight contest. Tight contest. European gold medalist Ricardo 10. Fantastic stuff from the Spaniard. First went to the Paralympic Games in 1996. He's got 6 Paralympic medals in all, 2 of them in this event.
Well, Paul, the theme of the night has been breaststroke, close races, and people with extremely long careers. So it's great to see him standing on the top step of the medal rostrum.
Great stuff from Ricardo 10. He's delighted with that one. Another Paralympic Games must be on the horizon for Ricardo 10.
We'd hope so. How many did you do, Paul?
I did 5, so he'll be ahead of me. I think if he goes to that one.
I keep telling you, but it's not too late to go back in the water for Tokyo.
I went back in yesterday into the hotel pool.
It's a start.
Yeah. I did about 10 metres.
Again, it's a start. 90
Felt
more to
good.
go.
Felt good. Women's 100 breaststroke. Well, we've seen some close races in the breaststroke events. This wasn't particularly one of them. It was close in the early stages, but the quality of Sarah Louise Wrong just took the race on in that second half.
Yeah, we've had 2 extremes this evening.
Deviatova, the bronze medalist, our outside lane swimmer, sneaking into the medal positions.
And a medal presenter that fixes your hair. That is definitely what I could have done with my career.
I wouldn't have appreciated that.
No?
Well, I don't know. Do you think I need it?
You used to have more hair, no?
Yeah, it's been big here. Was the 80s. Here's Giulia Gueretti from Italy. Great performance from the Italian. Another silver medal for her behind Sarah Louise Wrong. Probably more she could have hoped for. She swam very well, as the Italians have done all week.
Yeah, they're really thriving off each other, I think, the Italians. And success breeds success, and you don't want to be the one that doesn't get a medal or doesn't do a personal best time. And They're having a brilliant meet, as is this lady.
Oh, Sarah Louise Wrong, absolutely superb again. Number of gold medals to her name already at these championships. Her fourth now. Enjoying that one. Italians enjoying that as well, and the Russians.
3 very happy ladies again. And more medals to add to that tally that gets them hopefully further up the table.
Sarah Louise Wrong. Not quite single-handedly, but her 4 gold medals, well, 3 golds as of last night, had Norway in 6th position. Bronze also for Mina Clausen.
Yeah, her medal count would fare pretty well as a country all by herself, I think.
Good indeed. Some great breaststroke swimming. You've been loving tonight, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah. Favourite night of the programme. Remember the days when they all used to go boom, 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 the breaststroke races.
That's right, they did.
Great Britain started the World Championships in 2006 with 3 breaststroke races, 3 gold medals. SB6 men, Gareth Duke, SB6 women, me, and then SB7, the great Sasha Kindred that we've already mentioned this evening. They were the good old days, Paul.
Yeah. We haven't had a clean sweep in the medals for a country in individual events so far. We'll see if we might have one clean sweep in individual events, but now we have to enjoy this final event, which is the 4x100 metres freestyle relay. Again, points totals. There's the home team. Joanna Collado, Simone Fragoso, Renata Pinto, Teresa Neves. Strong Spanish team. Fernando Santos, Perales, Gaston, Marquez Soto, Kukanova, Larikina, Pavlova and Mamlina. The Russian team, they're going to be tough to beat. And Hungary, well, the youngsters from Hungary, Pap, Konkali, Sos and Kesdi. Again, different combinations we're seeing here, Liz. As long as your points totals do not add up to more than 34 points, then you can enter a team here. Great Britain, European record holders. I wonder if that time may be under threat tonight. Very strong Russian team. The Spanish team doesn't look too shabby either. Hungarians have got a very strong start. They start off with an S10, an S9, an S10, then finish with an S5. So the other team's likely to be playing catch-up. Not sure what's happening at the start here, Liz. There seems to be a little bit of confusion.
No one saw anything, I don't think. I think it was a technical fault with the microphone.
We are underway nearly for the women's 4x100 freestyle. Joanna Collado goes for Portugal, the S9 swimmer. Fernando Santos from Spain, the S10 swimmer, in the lead at the moment. Kukanova, the S9 swimmer from Russia. And Bianca Pap, the S10 swimmer from Hungary. So, should be pretty even. two S10s leading the field at the moment, two S9s not far behind.
Yeah, and but all countries choosing to start off with a higher classification swimmer to try and get, normally that is to try and get an advantage and get the lower classification swimmers out in front of the clear water so they don't have all the waves. But these teams are all quite evenly matched in the early stages, so the advantage might not be had.
Well, Bianca Papp going well, very well for Hungary, and it is Hernando Santos going well for Spain. It looks like Spain are going to have that lead, but Bianca Papp coming back strongly there in the closing stages of that first leg. So Bianca Papp will hand over for Hungary. They are likely to go out with the lead, certainly in the first 2 or 3 swimmers. They've got the lower class swimmer to come at the end of the race. And going in for the second legs, well, Teresa Perales in for Spain, and Sofia Konkoly, the S9 swimmer, in for Hungary. So Hungary using up their points early.
Yeah, and again, Paul, it's all down to tactics, really. Do you put your lower class swimmer in early on and then play catch up and chase down the rest of the race, as the Spanish are planning to do, or do you do what the Hungarians are doing and front load your team with your fastest higher classification swimmers and give your lower class swimmers the best chance at holding on?
Well, Hungary have got a 5-second advantage there as they're coming down to the halfway point. Vladikina going in for Russia, and well, the Spanish team losing ground slightly with Teresa Perales, but she is their lower class swimmer, and they have got a cracking last pair to come in Sarai Gascon and Nuria Marquez Soto. Hungary will lead at the halfway point, and another S10 swimmer going in the water now.
Yeah, Sofia Konkoly just handed over to Lukasos, and so they are really making the most of maximising the front loading of this team that they've got to give the S5 swimmer, Rika Kesdi, the best chance to hold on to the lead. But I expect that the Russians will start to chase them down, and the Spaniards, and we're in for an exciting finish.
Well, we could well be there. Sarai Gascon is in for Spain. She is in 3rd position at the moment. She is chasing down Maria Pavlova, an S8 swimmer, and there is Lukasos, but she will need a big lead because the Hungarians have an S5 swimmer on the final leg, and it is going to be tough for her to hold on against the big names of Marquez Soto and Mamlina. But Hungary going well. Lukasos has given them a great chance to get into the medal positions. Portugal in 4th position at the moment out of the 4 teams. Hungary going over, and there we go, 319.11. Not sure it is going to be enough, and it's going to be a fantastic finish here, but what a swim from lane 4, Spain. Sarai Gascon has brought them right back into contention.
Yes, Sarai Gascon managed to make up the deficit on Maria Pavlova and has handed the lead over to Nuria Marquez Soto in that 2nd and 3rd place battle. But here we go, and the Spanish are coming up on the Hungarian shoulders and have just taken the lead. So as you predicted, Paul.
Yeah, it is very good swim. Nuria Marquez Soto comes back now on the final turn for Spain. This is a great display from the Spanish team. They are just alongside of congratulating their team, or encouraging the team, I should say. They haven't quite won it yet. Natalia Mamlina is going for Russia, trying to close the gap here. She is coming back. Nuria Marquez Soto has gone out very fast, but surely she will have enough to hold off the challenge of the Russian swimmer. It looks like it is going to be gold to Spain, and here comes Nuria Marquez Soto. It's going to be victory for the Spanish team. They are in first in 4:34.68. It's silver for Russia. Mamlina in there. The Spanish team can't hardly believe it. They are the European champions, and a great win there over the team from Russia. And here come the Hungarians now. They put their S5 swimmer in the last leg, and she has done a good enough job for them as she brings them home into the bronze medal position. ahead of the team from Portugal.
Yeah, here we see the Portuguese now coming in to finish. It'd be great for them to swim in a relay team in a home event. We don't often see a Portuguese team, and sometimes we've alluded to it before when we're talking about relays. Sometimes you're limited to the swimmers you have available to you just to make that 34-point barrier, and that's what we've seen. When you have to use an S5 swimmer, you are always going to be at a slight disadvantage, unless of course your S5 swimmer is Daniel Diaz, as we see with the men. And there we are, the Portuguese coming in to finish in a time of 5 minutes and 47 seconds, which is 5 minutes and 35.91 seconds if the results are confirmed, which is a good 13 seconds quicker than their entry time, Paul.
Well, excellent stuff. They were encouraged all the way home there by the crowd here in Funchal. Vocal support for the home nation. Well, it looks like the results may well be confirmed there, and if that is the case, then Spain will claim the European title. Great stuff there, and it was a very good swim from Spain. They were in contention all the way. Sarah Gascon bringing them into the lead, and Mariah Marquez Soto retained that lead as Mamlina tried to make inroads to the Spanish team, but could not quite make it in the closing stages.
There we see Mariah Marquez Soto finish and the Spanish celebrate, and it's really difficult when you are that athlete that goes in chasing down from behind, not to overcook it down that first 50 metres. And then when we saw Marquez Soto starting to get caught up by Natalia Mamlina, that was when we thought she might be tying up, but she managed to hold on.
Spain take the European title ahead of the Russian Federation, and Hungary take the bronze medal. Well, again, things switching about, weren't they, in that relay? Good to see. Spanish team winning it convincingly in the end, though. Excellent stuff. Good team, haven't they? They've had a good championships.
Yeah, and both Marquez Soto and Gascon picking up another gold medal to add to their collection from this week.
Presentation for the men's 50-metre freestyle in the S11 classification. Jane Blaine making these presentations. Super sad, back to mascot duty tonight. She was promoted to medal duty yesterday.
Well, we haven't done enough to warrant a medal, but we could maybe get her to sneak as a mascot. So.
Oh yeah, that's a good plan.
It's probably better that she's on mascot duty for us.
Well, Viktor Smirnov is the European bronze medalist. This is the race won, of course, by Henry Herbst and the new African record. And the second place, Matias Sousa of Brazil. And the medalists are from the European Championships. Viktor Smirnov again on the medal podium. He continues to pick up these medals. He probably had his best time back in Athens in 2004, but still going strong, Viktor Smirnov.
Yeah, and again, like we said, these running themes of the evening, close races, convincing breaststroke wins, and also careers that have shown great longevity and success. And it's great to see these athletes continuing to do something they love so successfully.
Alexander Mashchenko receives his silver medal and his mascot. And, well, this young man has not had a particularly long career at all. Rory Zudzilau from Belarus.
Yeah, there we go. We were talking about their national anthem and how Ihal Boki's been responsible for so many of the flags being raised so many times on the anthem, but we get to hear it again courtesy of a different swimmer this time, Paul.
Yeah, another chance for us to enjoy that anthem. And the young 16-year-old takes the European gold medal for Belarus.
Ladies and gentlemen, your medal winners.
Senhoras e senhores, os ganhadores das medalhas.
Wow, great stuff. On the medal podium, these swimmers, with no vision at all.
And it's great to see such youngsters with, as you said, this gold medal winner and a few youngsters in the S11 female events. And we have dips and troughs, peaks and troughs with the S11 swimmers, don't we? It's a highly populated classification and then it goes a bit quiet. And now it's great to see that it's thriving on in both genders, and they do provide some really exciting races, Paul.
They certainly do. We've had a couple of cracking races last night. The 400 freestyle for women was an absolute beauty. It had drama all over it. Missed turns, people banging into the lane ropes, tappers not tapping in the correct places. Oh goodness, it just had everything. It was fantastic, that 400 freestyle yesterday. Not quite the drama tonight, but we did have a world record swim here and a fantastic reaction from Maya Reichard, and I don't think she has calmed down yet. Look at that smile on the face of the European champion, the new world record holder.
I'd be smiling if I just broken the world record wall, so she deserves to be smiling.
Yeah, the former world record holder, Paralympic champion Cecilia Camellini, bronze medal this time.
Another athlete that I remember the name of from a number of years ago.
She has been right at the top of the game since Beijing 2008 was her first Paralympic Games.
Maybe that's why I remember her. Good times.
Back in the day.
Yes.
Well, at the time of those Beijing Paralympic Games, Lisette Brownsma was only 7 years old.
I knew you were going to say something like that, but she's burst onto the scene and she's here for experience, international experience, and she's definitely doing that. She's holding her own and she has definitely got a bright future ahead of her.
Absolutely, the champion last night in the 400 very nearly took another gold medal tonight in this 50. Watch out for her in the breaststroke, which is yet to come. But what about this lady, Maya Reichard of Sweden? What a fantastic swim. What a fantastic world record time. And just a great reaction from Maya Reichard and the Swedish supporters. She just can't stop smiling, can she?
No, and the Swedish supporters, you see, they're definitely as excited as her, and as we saw with their tappers, they couldn't contain their smiles either. And I think it was a big surprise for her to take that gold medal. Not so much maybe for us, but for her personally. I don't think she expected to get out and hear the words world record to you.
I wonder how she will feel when she hears the national anthem of Sweden.
Ladies and gentlemen, your medal winners.
Senhoras e senhores, as ganhadoras das medalhas.
Swedish getting the opportunity to wave a flag. We should get ourselves some flags. Impartial ones. IPC logos.
Yeah, that would work, I think.
Or a mascot.
Yeah, mascots would be better for us to wave. That would be the ideal thing.
I'll even give you mine at the end of the meet for you to give to your... So you've got two, one for each niece.
Yeah, that's right. They would love that. Love that.
That's our project for the week, Paul.
That's right. You just see Super Sad, the mascot. Giver.
Well, like I said, we haven't had many medal ties, have we? So if we can hold on like this, we're only halfway through the meet, but if we can hold on like that to the end, then they must have some space.
Well, you would have thought so. For us.
Maybe you can ask your fellow countryman for his mascot. He's a generous soul.
Well, I could ask. There he is, Scott Quinn at the centre of the podium. Absolutely delighted. Scott Quinn has really come through the ranks in the past 4 years. Absolutely superb. Just missed out on the London Paralympic Games.
Yeah, and I think he really used that as a motive. He's such a hard worker, and he moved clubs. He went to Warrender to train with Chris Gilchrist as his coach, a former British Olympian breaststroker, and he's gone from strength to strength to develop the relationship with him.
Adam Ismail Venom taking a bronze medal for Norway. That was unexpected. And the Norwegian team following Sarah Louise Wrong. Another medal for the Norwegians. There is Artem Pavlenko, silver medalist in the Paralympic Games last time, silver medalist here in the European Championships in Madeira. Scott Quinn is already jigging away on the medal podium. As I said, he missed out on the London Paralympic Games by just, I think it was 11/100ths of a second he missed the qualification time. GB team decided not to take him to that, and over the last few years he has proved them wrong, moving through the world rankings, made the qualification standard this year, and he's now the European champion. Scott Quinn. There's his mum and dad on the left.
That's where he gets the fist pumping from. I saw his dad do it then.
You can hardly believe it. It's gold.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Fantastic stuff. Proud parents. And the European champion will enjoy the anthem of Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen,
well, Mum and Dad get a bit emotional there. Scott Quinn is the European champion.
3 very happy medal winners there, and 3 very worthy medal winners there. And he was starting to he's jigging as he goes off the podium.
No wonder. He'll be jigging for days, months. Great stuff from Scott Quinn.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony.
Still a couple more medal ceremonies for us tonight before we close things off. And we're going to have 2 renditions of the Spanish national anthem.
Yeah, it's been a great night for Spain tonight. They've picked up 3 gold medals. We don't have a medal table. Sarai.
We have lost count. Ricardo 10, at least 4.
Oh, 4!
At least. There is Maria Shabalina. one of the world's very, very best S14 swimmers. 2 gold medals so far. Now a bronze in this 100 metres breaststroke. Silver medalist. Well, today is the first time that Bethany Firth has represented Great Britain in a major international meet, and she's waited a long time to make a debut after switching from Ireland back in 2013. Almost 3-year wait.
Yeah, she missed last year's World Championships where she was due to make her debut. She broke her wrist, Paul, but it's been worth the wait to pick up a silver medal, wearing the Union Jack for her.
Bethany Firth, silver medalist. Behind one of Spanish swimming's great stars, Alonso Morales, back on top of the medal podium. Dominant in this event up until the World Championships last year when she was beaten by Magda Tuters from the Netherlands, but she's back on top. She's the world record holder, set that mark last week in the British International. She went close to it tonight to win the European title. Great stuff! Michelle Alonso Morales is the winner for Spain.
Ladies and gentlemen, your medal winners.
What a fortnight this lady's had. Like you said, world record in Sheffield at the British Paralympic Trials, and coming out on top of this race here, because it wasn't destined to go all her own way.
Oh, Bethany Firth was challenging for that title for long periods of that race. But Michelle Alonso Morales. Oh, kiss cam.
There's our kiss cam, Paul. I told you we needed to get one.
Don't give our director ideas. Especially not when Giles and I are on.
What's that? Oh yeah, true.
Final presentation of the evening, the women's 4x100 metres freestyle relay, 34 point. The Russians leading us out. The Spanish team in the middle. And the Hungarians, the young Hungarian team, will be over the moon with that bronze medal.
The winners of the bronze medal, Hungary.
And there, look at that youthful team. Goodness.
Yeah, they've all got bright futures ahead of them. It's nice to see them combine for the relay.
Hungarian team, of course, in the lower class relay, Paralympic champions back in 1996.
96. Tasha Kindred was there, wasn't he? I'm sure he's watching. You were there.
I was there. They were all there.
And we were there winning gold medals.
They were indeed. Probably none of these swimmers were around at that point. Oh, the youngsters have come through really well for the Hungarian team. They've still got the old guard as well. Some of the members of that winning 96 team still around, still competing today.
Yep, great mix of youth and experience.
That's helping these youngsters come through. There's the Russian team. A team of Kukanova, Vladikina, Pavlova, and the tall figure of Mamlina, the anchor leg.
Russia picking up another medal for the evening, Paul. They've done well tonight. They might not have been quite on the top step as much as the Ukrainians, but they haven't let them run away with the total medal count.
No, I think Ukraine had a good night, certainly judging by the number of times we heard each of the anthems tonight. Sometimes difficult to tell though, it's been a long session. The Russians, very strong team. I must have thought they had a chance there at winning this relay, a very balanced team. We've got, again, very good squad. They'll go into the Rio Paralympic Games with options and possibilities to win medals there. I think when they go into Rio, if the Spanish team enter a relay team, it could well be these 4 ladies who take part in it, because that was a great performance.
Yeah, finishing off a very successful evening for the Spanish team.
Hernandez, Santos, Teresa Perales in front there. Saigas gone, of course. Great event she's having. But Nuria Marquez Soto, another real star in the making for the Spanish team. Spain take final gold medal of tonight's session.
There's a lot of people on that podium with a lot of mascots, so you could get them.
Yeah, good
The
thinking.
options are adding up.
Good thinking. The Spanish celebrating tonight. They have had a very, very good night indeed. The medalists for the 4x100 freestyle relay, 34 points. Crowd in for the photograph.
Relay podiums always get busy. The photographer's worst nightmare.
And that completes the action for tonight. The time here in Funchal, just a couple of minutes to 9 in the evening. And in just over 12 hours time, we will be coming back for day 5 of this Open European Championships here from Madeira. Please join us in the morning. Thank you very much for your company tonight, Liz. We will see you back in the morning. Join us at 9 AM local time here in Madeira. Have a good night.